amazing to see how the rate of participants is increasing. It looks very
viewed on an oscilloscope.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the first plenary session today, August 5th in Prague time. I'm Yutaka Ushioda from KK. It's my great pleasure to chair this session. We'll have 5 talks on detector, industry, and flavor physics. Currently, there are not so many audience through Zoom. I think I'm checking, it's still increasing. Some other may be listening to YouTube. Let me remind you that this is a webinar, and when you have questions, you should raise your hand, the Zoom scheme, so that we can enable unmuting your microphone. And there's also a Mattermost chat and the chat of Zoom where you can post questions. And there'll be a discussion session later today. So let's now invite the first speaker, Paula. She'll tell us about detector R&D. Paula, please.
How can I share the screen?
Yeah, please share your screen.
Okay, does that work?
It's working.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and it's a great honor to be here today to give the Detector R&D summary. At this conference, we've seen a huge number of talks pushing the boundaries of technology and innovation. So that can be exploitation for current experiments, implementation of R&D for the future, and also blue sky R&D. And it's also clear that the R&D efforts are getting more and more coordinated and global. So the commonalities are being exploited, and we have technology networks which are grouping together the different communities. And we actually had some talks on this. One example was the CERN EP R&D program, which was highlighted in this talk. And in general, I'm going to show yellow boxes for talks from the conference. So it's been said before that the science relies on the detectors, cutting edge science relies on cutting edge instrumentation. And at the same time, it's never been more true that today, more than ever, science holds the key to our survival, as was said by an American president. So I'm very sorry not to be in Prague, and if I was, I'd want to visit the Stavovské divadlo, the Estates Theatre where the premiere of Don Giovanni occurred 233 years ago. And Mozart actually spent the whole of the previous night partying, which wouldn't be a problem, except he hadn't actually finished the opera. He got up at 5 a.m. to write the overture and completed it just in time to upload to Indico. So maybe it's not so different from our day conference. I'm also reminded of this opera because, of course, Leporello lays out these long lists of beautiful objects, and it looks a bit like parallel sessions, and indeed it's extremely hard to know what to pick, and apologies for what I miss. So looking at the overview, so the types of technologies which are being worked on, they're driven by the global experimental roadmap, and this slide shows a rough approximate starting dates of various facilities and experiments. From the Collider point of view, the next frontier accelerators, they're already on the horizon in terms of R&D, which can be on 10-year timescales, even for a relatively mature technology. And the energy frontier, which is the main focus of this talk, highlights the need for these radiation-hard, low mass and very granular tracking detectors. For the intensity and cosmic frontiers, then you have topics like low-cost photodetectors for hundreds of kilotons of water, huge TPCs with noble gases, or developing picosecond timing techniques, and very much about beating down the backgrounds to tiny levels. So on this slide, I have a few highlights from this wonderful world, and you see really how, for instance, there are these generational experiments, generations of axion searches with successively more sensitive helioscopes, with X-ray detectors have a lot in common with collider experiments, generations of experiments in electron and nuclear recoil leading up to the cryogenic silicon detectors of CDMS and the forthcoming Hyper-K large-scale Cherenkov detector. And we even heard from Francesco Pandolfi how to grow carbon nanotubes for directional dark matter search. And much of this topic has been covered or will be covered in other plenary talks, which I encourage you to attend. And for this talk, let's have a look at the drivers from colliders. And so for lepton colliders, it's all about the precision of the vertexing and the calorimetry. And we've heard from all of the main detector options. So for instance, for linear collider, the options of the TPC and tracking completely inside the magnet, or for instance, a complete silicon tracking system. And here, the feature, you see these 200 milliseconds between the bunch trains. So that enables you to have the option of power pulsing to cut down on the material, or possibly to read out between the bunch trains. And then moving to FCC and SEPC, then obviously with smaller magnets, the solenoids are moving out. And again, you have the options of the silicon tracking or drift chamber ideas. And in fact, many of these technologies also apply to the EP or EA collisions. And there was an interesting talk by Yamazaki-san given, and the CDR was released this week. And moving to the further future, Jana Feltova also showed us that even in the most challenging conditions, with a further increase in pileup on top of the HL-LHC of a factor 7, it's still possible to come up with a detector concept that shows that we can be confident of being able to operate. And so this is essentially a mix of Atlas and CMS in the barrel region and a kind of a region looking a bit like the current LHCb. So turning first to the challenges of tracking in a collider environment, I won't go again through the requirements, so you can look back at them here. But I'm going to mention in particular the new kid on the block, which is very much the addition of timing information. And we can distinguish two main trends here. So firstly, the GPTs have this tremendous pileup of 200 collisions per bunch, spread over 150 picoseconds in the luminous region, and this has a high pileup, especially in the forward region. It's very hard to assign the tracks to vertices. So it turns out that if you can timestamp the tracks, you can slice up this plot of vertices into more manageable regions, and you can really get a handle on the vertex assignment and cutting down the pileup. You can also go one step further, and you can use the timing directly in the pattern recognition. And so this is in a situation with crowded forward tracking, such as LHCb. And remember that you can have a signal which can be just a 2-track vertex, which is buried in this forward tracking. And in this case, it turns out that if you can have a resolution per hit, you can already start to see tremendous benefits. And we've seen in quite a few talks examples of physics gains. On the left, you see for Atlas, a pileup track fraction in black without timing information in red with. And you can see the gain. On the right, from LHCb, you can see the primary vertex reconstruction as it is for the current upgrade, the collapse in efficiency that you have at the high luminosity if you don't add timing information, and how this can be recovered with the timing information. And so timing is everywhere, featured in all of the talks. Coming to the technology, then the silicon strips and pixels, they're still the workhorses of the vertexing and tracking programs of the LHC experiments. And this is a little bit the timeline. The first pixel upgrades have already happened. Elise and LHCb are ready to go. And in total, about 1,000 meters square of silicon needed for new construction, which is really incredible. And an enormous chunk of this is taken up by the CMS and calorimeter program. Atlas and CMS, they're preparing these huge new silicon trackers to face the high luminosity challenge, prioritizing radiation hardness, low material, and so on. So this is an example of the Atlas tracker, which has this tremendous 5 pixel barrel layers and a very extensive forward ring system. And for CMS, the key conceptual advance is this, or the novelty is the inclusion of these so-called PT modules. So double-sided modules with sensors spaced by a few millimeters, so they can quickly identify and throw out the low PT track stubs. And so this is really amazing. And again, the material is substantially cut down. This is driven very much by the universal adoption of CO2 cooling and serial powering. So traditionally, we distinguish these 2 major categories of pixelated silicon tracking devices, the hybrid version with the separate ASIC and sensor, where you can optimize them separately, but then you have to cope with the bump bonding and connectivity, and the monolithic version with the charge generation volume integrated into the ASIC. But we've seen very much that with the adoption of new technologies, the distinction here can become more vague. And we've heard a lot about it at this conference. So coming back to the state of the art for hybrid sensors, then you can look at the LHCb hybrid silicon pixel modules, which have this phenomenal ASIC, which can cope with 80 million hits per second and read out with a huge data rate. And this is installed in the vacuum of the LHC. And this same ASIC technology, this family of chips, has found a lot of application in life sciences. We see this color spectral CT image that was shown last year, many more topics here. And it's even possible to do 3D tracking with a 2 millimeter thick sensor bonded to one of these ASICs. And this was also shown at this conference. Monolithic sensors, the state of the art is we have this fantastic ALICE ITS ready to go. It's the largest CMOS maps vertexing and tracking detector ever built, based on the Alpine chip. And at the same time, we have the DepVet pixel detector, which is running now at Bell 2. And these are all born very much looking back in history from the Mimosa developments, which also yielded this low mass test beam support with the UDET telescopes, which have been serving the community in high and low energy test beams since 2009. And coming back to Bell, it's really amazing to see that this pixel detector is coping with a world record luminosity with extremely high efficiency, and it's having an impact already on the physics with the track reconstruction and improving the resolution, which is fantastic to see. So this is quite a complicated slide, which tries to show a little bit the roadmap for hybrid and monolithic R&D. The general directions are the same everywhere: high rate, radiation hardness, timing, packaging, and so on. And so starting on the left to the right of this slide, you see a little bit the moving from the hybrid to the monolithic solutions. So on the very left, you can see optimizing separately the sensor and the ASIC, for instance, 3D sensors, LGAD for timing and so on. Then you have to cope with fine pitch bonding, alternative interconnection techniques. And then we start to see the first kind of true tiered detectors. So for instance, you can have the sensor and the ASIC separate, but connected by a silicon oxide layer. Or you can even start to integrate a small amount of CMOS in the sensor and connect to the ASIC via a glue layer. And here we're moving into the CMOS world. We get to the true monolithic sensors, which I'm going to talk about. And it's very interesting, even for the ultimate timing detector, we have the silicon germanium HBT sensors. This is a development which is inspired by PET scanning. And it could yield a very fast time for monolithic sensors. And if you can add a gain layer here, then you're kind of going full circle because you're having a sensor which is very much like an LGAD. So this is a tremendous development in 10 years. I'm going to take you through the slide a little bit, starting a bit on the left side with the hybrid sensors. Then I'm going to pick out the applications at LHC, which are everywhere, the time resolutions, which have been achieved by the TimeSpot collaboration, which goes for very uniform electric fields and a possible 20 picosecond time resolution, which could make them appropriate for adoption in LHCb, for instance, and a beautiful application, the CMS proton spectrometer. So this is really a proof that you can operate a near beam spectrometer at the LHC in high LUMI data taking, and you can see how they cope with the radiation damage by moving the modules. LGAD sensors are a very promising candidate technique again for timing. So you can look through this slide at your leisure. I mean, we know the basic principle, and we also know that it's quite challenging to go small in pixel because of the mandatory gaps between the segmentation. There are various solutions for this, AC coupled, inverted LGAD, and trench isolation, and so on. But one thing that I really love from this conference is seeing the R&D being implemented in practice. And so here the Atlas high granularity timing detector, NCAP, the CMS NCAP timing detectors, both using LGAD, both presented at this conference. Atlas goes down very small in radius and has layers which are replaced a certain number of times. And the Atlas experiments have shown great results after irradiation. The CMS experiment, they've shown here great results with the complete electronics. And in fact, this is new from Atlas, is the TDR approved by the collaboration board, and it's in approval by the LHCC. And this is an incredible success story because LGADs were a completely novel concept in 2010, and here they are being installed large scale and running within 15 years, which is just amazing to see. In the meantime, the maps are also racing to become radiation hard. And here, without going through the slide, I just want to mention that the firm trend is towards these depleted maps. So whatever you call them, if it's large electrodes, small electrodes, and so on, the radiation hardness and the speed you get from these depleted systems is the way to go, and in parallel the track with the silicon on insulator. So I want to highlight the Malta chip, which was derived from the Alpine chip, which was shown at this conference. And they've attacked the problems that you have with small electrodes and the non-uniformities with a doping layer, which is added to the sensors. And you can see down here the fantastic results. This is efficiency after irradiation. This is what you have before all of these design changes. And here on the right, you see this is 100% efficiency of let's say a very engineered radiation hard monolithic sensor. And this shows you really can do it. And you can even go further. You can add Tucholsky silicon for the sensing element. So this is really engineering your sensor in the monolithic design. And again, you have a fantastic result. And so this is also in parallel from the CLIC collaboration. We've seen the same performance. So putting this all together, Elise is already looking beyond the ITS for an ultralight in a barrel detector, which could be installed in LS3. You can have these huge stitched sensors, which can be bent around a very small beam pipe. Here you see successful wire bonding on a round jig, which is rotating below the wire bonder. And if this could go ahead, it completely eliminates the material in the tracker. It's an absolutely fantastic development. And we'll see how this progresses. Will clearly be adopted for next generation detectors. Here we see a MAPS proposal for the next generation EP detector, for which the CDR has just been released. I just flashed this here. And of course, the low mass and the precision is very attractive for future Higgs factories. And we've seen presentations from SEPC, ILD, FCC about the developments of CMOS and SOI 3D integration for the future. So a bright future for monolithic. Coming to gaseous detectors, again, as I just have a few minutes, I just want to point out that the micropattern gas detectors are being also universally adopted for the LHC upgrade. Here in Atlas, the new small wheel, the largest micro-mega chambers ever built, and you see them being installed on the NCAPs. And a similar success story for the GEM chambers of the CMS muon system, which have been proved to be radiation hard over the period and are in a very successful stage of installation. The Elise TPC upgrade will use GEMS and will be able to cope with the 50 kilohertz lead-lead collisions. And I think a beautiful application for TPCs that we've also seen at this conference is obviously from let's say, the ultimate challenge, which is the neutrino and dark matter physics sector. So there are a few highlights here. If I just pick out the dual phase TPC from proto-June, in which you have the photons going down, the electrons going up and escaping from the liquid argon into the gas before being multiplied and detected. Then this is an example of the beautiful event displays which they've been able to produce after fighting down all the challenges of the high voltage stability and the liquid stability and so on. And it's really fantastic. Okay, and of course, eventually this will be adopted in the next generation xenon TPC, and the plans for the Darwin detector were also shown at this conference. And so this is really wonderful. So unfortunately, I have to skip over the IDEA drift chamber, which has DEDX with cluster counting techniques. And I'll just say just 2 words about light detection with these options and these tremendous families of detectors. So I just want to highlight that again, you see this generational aspect. So in Bell 2, the top detector, which is an adaptation of the Dirk concept with time information, this is the first time that really the entire system has been implemented. It's working very successfully. Many challenges to overcome. So with the time walk had to be implemented in order to really focus down and to get down to the 100 picoseconds. But it is contributing to the physics, as you can see from these mass reconstruction plots. And this is a really fantastic achievement. And obviously, a step further would be in the torch for LHCb, where the light is produced in these quartz plates. It's very precisely focused and detected with next generation MCPs, which could go for even a 70 picosecond photon resolution and a possible 10 to 15 picoseconds per track. And we've seen new results from test beams in this conference. After decades of research, silicon PMs are also finding a very firm home in detector applications. And you can see the LHCb Sci-Fi installation for Run 3, a massive detector with 11,000 kilometers of these tiny fibers arranged with great precision over this large area. This detector only possible with silicon photomultipliers. So I'm going to jump over again because I am almost out of time, but just for calorimetry, there's one detector which has to be mentioned, which is the CMS high granularity calorimeter for the high luminosity LHC. And this is a really amazing detector, which is built on the Calise concept of 5D particle flow. 600 meters square of silicon for both the ECAL and the HCAL, complemented where possible with the radiation and occupancy with a scintillating tile and silicon photomultiplier solution. And this is also notable from the silicon point of view because it's the first time that an 8-inch technology for large-scale HEP sensors has really been deployed. And as I said, we heard from Jana Fodova about a possible design of a future FCC detector, and this builds on the radiation hard and good energy resolution of the Atlas style solution with this CMS fine granularity. And she showed that with an appropriate design, it's really possible to do it. None of this would be possible without an incredible effort in mechanics, cooling, and integration. I don't have time to talk about it. I want to pick out just one example. This is the LHCb Velo silicon cooling plate, 500 micron of silicon with liquid CO2 circulating inside and evaporating under the pixel chips. And of course, you can't see the channels here, but I've drawn them for you here. So these tiny channels are inside the silicon wafer. This technology would have been unimaginable 10 years ago, and it's about to be installed in an LHC experiment.
Paula, could you slowly wrap up?
Yes. I just want to say one thing about COVID, because physicists, the pandemic situation has caused delays, but it's incredible to see the physicists have reacted with devotion and dedication to keep the fundamental projects alive and the LS3 installations on track. So here you see teams working to install their detectors, so the CMS GEMS, LHCb, and here you can see control rooms which have been installed. This is the Atlas liquid argon calorimeter, which is being monitored from somebody's front room, the Bell 2 control room being moved to a coffee room. And then on top of this, also labs around the world. There's already frameworks to use HEP technologies in wider society, for instance, from the CERN knowledge transfer, but also the effort has been accelerated in the context of the crisis. Labs are contributing their computing facilities, manufacturing face masks, PPE, sanitizing equipments, and delivering it to local populations. Ventilator developments that you're going to hear about in the next talk, the use of X-ray synchrotron radiation to analyze protein structure, and a worldwide effort from health, fire and rescue services of all labs. So I want to thank everybody for a most fascinating conference. It's been an honor and a pleasure to attend. And if Don Giovanni would have to pick out his three favorite topics from the conference, then I want to just say these three things. So I've been amazed to see how the R&D developments are coming to life. And we're at a moment where things which were dreamt of 10, 15 years ago are now being installed and becoming reality. The functionality seen in both the hybrid ASICs and also in the monolithic sensors has been absolutely remarkable, and the future's all about timing. And thank you everybody who contributed material for this talk.
Thank you, Paula, for an excellent overview of Detector R&D and implementation, and also for this strong message against COVID-19. Now the session is open for questions and comments. Please raise hands. Assistant, please, do you find any hands? We can still accept one question or two. Fine, so let me ask. So this, 7 times more pileups of LHC upgrade. This is huge, and Detector R&D for that is a great effort, I think. I just wonder if the background simulation is reliable when you estimate this factor. What happened to me is, when we update the simulation, often the upgrade gives a larger background, and so the safety factor is easily eaten up. So I want to ask how you are doing and how reliable your simulation is.
I think, I mean, again, I keep coming back to the same talk, and the talk that was given was actually focused very much on the simulation side. So I think, I mean, I've been very impressed about how you can benchmark the simulation against the performance of the current detectors. I mean, it's really focused in the calorimetry. This is the first big challenge which you have to prove that you can do. And I think it's convincing. And I think one thing that has been very amazing to see at this conference is how the simulation platforms are being shared across experiments. And so I know it's not the topic that you asked about, but for instance, the liquid argon TPCs for dark matter neutrino experiments, there's a common platform with a common simulation development where different experiments are contributing. And it's also very interesting to see from the context of the estimation of the radiation damage or occupancy that you expect, especially in complicated NCAP regions where there's a lot of neutron radiation damage, and the levels are hard to estimate, and there's often safety factors which are put in. So how can you make comparisons between the experiments, taking into account the different design and material, and make sure that it's all matching up? So I think one thing that we've seen from this conference is very much the commonality, the working together and trying to pull results to make it as accurate as possible.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any hands. I hope I'm not wrong. If not, let Santos speak again and move on to the next talk. Thank you, Paula. The next speaker is Massimo Caccia. To give us.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Can I share my screen?
Please share.
Are you able to see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the freedom that I had in shaping and tailoring my speech beyond the dry assignment I had to talk about industry activities. And I took myself the liberty to do it because I realized that actually ideas that were born and grew up within our community actually go very much beyond industry and they go to the rest of society at large, making definitely an impact. So I'm going to report something about the industrial activities, but not only. So if, I hope this is not disappointing the organizer, and I hope this is not disappointing the audience as well. So this is why let me start with apologies towards the authors and the speakers that I couldn't quote. And actually 20 minutes is quite short. And if we're going to hear something a little bit different with respect to the title, the SUSY and the agenda. Disclaimer. Of course, I might be wrong. I mean, all of the speakers and all the people that I interviewed made their best actually to provide me the information, and it might well be that I didn't get it. So if you see something wrong, the blame is on me. It's definitely not on the people who provided the information. Now, let me start by saying that the knowledge transfer that we perform is essentially and initially going through the human capital mobility. This is something that was made very, very clear here at the conference with a nice report by Jeremy Netzela about an analysis that was done over having about 2,700 responses. And it was a bit funny to see that 170, 169 theorists were asked specific questions. Now, if you look actually at the statistics, you see that about 28% of the people actually left. And where did they go? These are the major, say, vehicle through which we convey the way we think and our approach to the world. And you see that actually the majority go either to private, 58%, or they become themselves entrepreneur. It's a small statistics by growing up. And definitely they leave their field, but they bring with them the capability to think the way we do. I have one of these examples in the family, and I tell you that she's really making an impact today in finance on the basis of the fact that she thinks in a different way. Now, if I move actually to the third ring to the right-hand side, you see that actually something where we may improve. Of course, we are not actually, say, intended to be an agent for making professionals, for helping professionals to grow up. But anyway, I believe we have an enormous network. And so we have to believe that it might be the case with the alumni society and the movement that was created, that we get better and make the transition between energy physics to industry a little bit smoother. This is something to think about. Now, if I go to the next slide, something again, which is very, very nice to make to the responses that were given to the major impact that the major message that they brought with them. Of course, you can imagine that working under pressure is something that you learn in our world. You can imagine that actually logical thinking and critical thinking is something that you learn, but this is also quite nice. You learn actually to solve conflicts, and we know that actually within our community, we may be debating like hell, but by the end of the day, we have a common target, and this is the driving force. And then persistence in reaction to failure. I mean, you essentially never give up, and this is very, very important. Now, the other very, very relevant message is the replies that were given to the question, why did you leave? And you see 34% of the people didn't leave because they were forced to do it. They left because they were satisfied, but they wanted to move to a different field, which is important. You stay with us for some time and then you go because you're searching for something else. And again, this is something that was a bit funny to me. You say, work is done. I did my job and now I want to move to the next. And again, it's nice to see, you know, we have cross-disciplinary projects. And sometimes they become so strong that people stay in research, but they leave actually high energy physics and they move to other domains. So this is very interesting. And it's quite nice to see how we transmit actually to society and to other disciplines the way we grow up. Now, if actually you want to go beyond human capital mobility, you have to ask yourself, what are we doing? Well, this is a slide full of numbers. It's the executive summary by the KTT, the Knowledge and Technology Transfer Activities in CERN, and CERN is a hub, so it's somehow representing our community. Now, I just go through quickly some of the frames that are highlighted here. So the first one here. Now, again, as I said, CERN, to me, as a CERN user, as the place where I grew up scientifically, is essentially a hub. This is where you go, and this is where you bring your experience. This is when you leave, you take something with you. And it's nice to see, look at the green frames in here, that actually we have 9 technology incubator centers in the member states that are hosting the technologies that were developed by our community at CERN. So again, is now CERN as a hub that goes back to the countries. And then this is even more impressive. The team of the KTT and CERN actually traveled and contributed to a number of events in the member states, which is exceeding 100, which is really a lot. Now, the other important message is again at the bottom left corner, and you see that actually moving out of academia and going to the world is is felt as an urgency. And you see that the number of people that actually viewed a dedicated event went up to 17,000, which is really a lot. This is also quite interesting. There were 8 seminars on knowledge transfer, so related to technologies that were exploited, and were attended by more than 1,000 people. So once more, the activities related to transfer of the know-how are actually felt as something complementary to the mainstream activities that we do. One more step. KTT activities are also bringing in some money and support. They travel on their own legs and they run sometime. And I just want to mention that the amount of money that flew in our community by the European Commission amounts to nearly 34 million euro, which is not actually peanuts. And this is bringing me to say that the spin-off ideas are recognized to have a value. And I want to mention also Attract, which is a fantastic platform, which is corresponding to, say, a European project, so a project funded by the European Commission within the Horizon 2020 project. It's a framework program, sorry. It's a project that is managed actually by the largest international labs in Europe, and is targeting the transition between the open science to the open innovation. What does it mean? That actually we are currently in the phase 1 of the project, and actually it was funded with something of around 20 million euros. There was an open call for 17 million euros that was launched in August 2018 to bring actually projects related to the field of detection and imaging technology from the technology readiness level 2, so just got a bright idea, to 3, so just grow them up a bit. And the response by the community was enormous. There were 1,211 proposals that were submitted, out of which 170 projects were selected. Each of them got seed capital just to get started, and they got 100 kilo euros per project for working for about 1 year. It was a little bit extended because of the pandemic, but the principle stays the same. Then it's also relevant to say that a subset, very, very limited subset of 170 projects will then move, possibly because Attract Consortium just asked for money to the European Commission, to the phase 2. In such a case that you want to grow up the consortium, then you want actually to give enough money just to grow up to the technology readiness level 7 or 8. That is to say, you just bring it very close to the market. The transition between phase 1 and phase 2 will not be smooth. So only, as I said, a handful of projects will progress, but these will be actually the flagship project from our community and beyond. And there is the only commercial that I do on my own activity. I'm happy to say that I'm MPI of one of the 170 projects that were selected. And actually, this is essentially me and the way I feel after I have been flipping a fair coin 1 million times a second. Here, what I'm doing in my project is actually relying on some of the technology that we use really to bring to generate random bit strings. Now, the view about licensing is very important. Actually, I have to tell you that licensing doesn't make any sense unless you have a legal framework. And the legal framework that was developed within our community is actually the open hardware, which is transmitting the same feeling that we had on open source software to the hardware itself, making available whatever allows the replication of what you invented. The good example is actually the Arduino, and the flagship example within our community is the White Rabbit. The White Rabbit is essentially an Ethernet switch that is somehow very specific because the time transfer from the central unit to the periphery is within, it's delivered with 50 picosecond precision, a sub-nanosecond accuracy, and this is improving tremendously with respect to the standard precise time protocol by the IEEE, and it was recognized as such up to the level that enter an extension of the protocol itself. The fact that it was delivered by, say, an open hardware license allowed actually its adoption by more than 40 experiments, and also representing a fantastic transfer to industry. And you see here, I'm no surprise that, for instance, the stock exchange in Germany and the Deutsche Telekom are considering the adoption of this specific platform. Now, as Paula said and anticipated, I just want to mention another way, which is more in resilience and the commitment that we have. We know that actually because of the pandemic, we're now facing tremendous shortage of ventilators. And we know that actually today, we know that about 16% of the people that are hospitalized actually need to have ventilators. So we know that actually there's a shortage because in the pre-COVID era, about 77,000 units were meeting the request. And now this number has to go up actually by a factor of 5 to 10. Now, there were a number of collaborations, and just quoting the ones that actually clustered the majority of the effort. We have the high energy ventilator to the left-hand side, to which 26 research institutions and hospitals are collaborating. We have actually the Milano Ventilatore Meccanico, that actually is clustering 58 research institutions, hospitals, and companies, and they are doing really something absolutely fantastic. Now, talking about ventilation, you have actually two possibilities. Either you do mechanical ventilation by volume control or by pressure control. That is to say, either you really inflate air and actually you set the flow constants and then the variable is actually the pressure, or you try to shape properly the pressure and then the volume is actually the variable. I have to say that medical doctors are advising, and here you see a reference that actually for COVID, you have to go for pressure control. And it may be actually machine triggered, which is simpler, or it may be patient trigger. And in such a case, actually, the fact that you are triggering, and again, it's a matter of trigger, which is, shall say something to us, it's absolutely essential. Now, this is the scheme by the ICHEP. It's something very interesting because it's trying to make the machine essentially self-consistent. That is to say, what you need is actually pumping in air and oxygen, but they are mixed and actually buffered inside the machine itself, which is really making the applicability and the exploitation of the system to me very, very practical and very interesting, because the complexity is moved into the machine and it's a relief actually on the hospital itself. So then you have the supply. And again, the fact that you have the buffer is also protecting you in such a case that you are you have more control in guaranteeing the peak flow rates, and it's also making the monitoring of the airflow to the patient easier, so that you can actually measure in a relatively easy way the air, the tidal volume, which is actually inflating in the patient. Now, this is the device by MVM, which is definitely different. The blender in such a way of oxygen and air is external. And then the core of the system is by the pressure sensors in here. And so you have some of the pressure sensors that are controlling the flow inside the machines. And then you have the series of pressures here that are gauging the flow and the pressure at the patient itself. Now, the critical part in the system is actually the airflow, which has to be in here, and this might be a little bit critical, but it's anyhow very, very interesting. Now, something just to tell you. Yeah. So you go up in pressure control in here, and this is what you need actually what is making actually the functionality optimal. And again, this is from the HAV, which is telling you that within 5% you go where you intended to go. And this is, again, as I said, I just want to mention triggering. Triggering is important. This is the inflating pressure versus time, and you see you can tailor, the medical doctors can really tailor properly. And it's fair to say that the early tests are saying that with such a machine, you can really comply the long compliance interval and the resistance in adults. Now, these are the prototypes, and I would say that really they made a tremendous effort. They should be congratulated, because that is something absolutely fantastic. And they, of course, are progressing. Industrial partners are on the way. Certification, they're talking about, say, a medical option, medical appliance. It's not a piece of cake. It is mandatory, but if you think about the result in 3 months, I would say it's a good indication about the power of our community. Now, again, I just want to show you another related activity. This is actually getting the best out of the data that you had. And you see this is like fitting resonances. And this was really done in such a way that it allowed to identify the fact that actually there was a deficit in the number of diseased people that amounted actually to 30%. Very nice. And now moving out of the COVID, I just want to mention the fact a few other hints that were presented here at the conference. We have knowledge transfer by co-development on leading-edge solutions. Certainly in terms of quantum computing, this is the next step. We know actually that is going to be, say, the next big step. We know it's very early. We know for the time being is actually a little bit more than a game, but we have to play it and we have to be ready. Now, another exploitation on leading-edge solution has to do with self-driving cars. Self-driving cars really deserve, well, are based on fast data processing at high bit rate. And this is the typical application where we are usually within our community quite strong. And if you want actually to get to reaction time that are saving lives and animals, you know that you have to be quick. And we know that actually we are very good in doing that. This is a fairly good example, because this is a high-level system which is allowing actually to implement in real time on FPGAs decision-making process that are based on random, on neural net. And this was actually, say, catching the attention of Zenuity, and this is a very good example of transfer that happened and collaboration that happened between the people behind the consortium that I mentioned and a very relevant company in the automotive sector. Last but not least, I just want to mention the medical application where we are quite strong. And as an exemplary application, I just want to mention proton radiography, which is actually essential in order to optimize the treatment planning system And it's essential if you really want to get the best out of the therapy, which is based on particles. Of course, I have not enough time, and I just say thank you to all of the people that were really supporting me in preparing this talk. There's a long list, and the message they have say, let the ideas grow and develop.
Thank you, Massimo, for this interesting introduction of activities related to our field and industry. Unfortunately, we don't have much time left unless there's urgent questions. Questions should go to the discussion session later on today, I think. So let's thank the speaker once again and move on to the next speaker. Doris, are you ready?
Okay. Hello, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, so let me share my slides. I go. Sorry, I pushed the wrong button. Okay. So is this working?
Yes.
Okay, good. So then let's start. Today I'd like to talk about experimental overview of CKM and CP violation studies. First, let me give my thanks to the organizers who gave me this valuable opportunity to present these topics. And also I thank many of my colleagues in high energy physics who helped me to finish these slides. So this is the rough content of today's talk. I'll start with status of CKM angle gamma. Then I'll talk about measurements on CKM matrix elements. Then I'm going to talk about CP violation phase of phi S. Then I will talk about time-dependent analysis. And the last topic will be the news from Bell 2. And then I'll summarize the talk. Now, here is my disclaimer. There is an enormous variety of interesting topics on CKM and CP violation fields. Since I've given only 25 minutes, I could present only selected subjects, but that does not mean other subjects which do not appear here are not interested. They are all interested, just that this is my personal preference today. Okay, so let me go to the next page. So I think most of you are all familiar with this triangle. This is so-called unitary triangle appeared on PDG 2020 review. You have three angles, alpha, beta, gamma, or phi 1, phi 2, phi 3, and you have size of the triangle. So mostly we are studying these angles and size when we study CKM matrix. Okay, then let me talk about the current status of CKM angles. Left figure is the average from heavy flavor group. This spring, they gave you a recent number on alpha, beta, and gamma. Now, the gamma is a very interesting subject. This measurement on gamma has been improved nicely with LHCb data recently. Now, then you may ask why we are studying gamma, because there is an interesting phenomenon. When they average using direct measurements at tree level, they got 72.1. However, when they calculate this gamma using indirect calculation, they got 65.66. So apparently there is a 2 sigma tangent between this direct measurement and indirect measurements, which could be an indication for new physics. So this is why people are studying gamma. Now, let me give you more details on CK angle gamma. Gamma, which is also called phi 3, is the argument between VUD, VUB, and VCD, VCB. Now, this gamma can be measured with a very small theoretical error. Usually, they search for B decay into D0K, and this D0 decay into final state. Now, since there is another D0 bar happen in the middle, there are phase factors coming in. The first phase is RB e to the I delta B minus gamma. Here gamma is the CKM angle. And another phase comes in between D0 decay into final state, which is RD e to the I delta D. Now, this gamma can be calculated at the tree level as an interference between B to U, B to U, and B to C decay. And the uncertainty in this calculation is very, very small, 10 to the minus 7. However, experimentally, this measurement is not so simple. Usually they need hadronic B decay channels, but these channels have very small branching fractions. Fortunately, sizable LHCb data is coming up, so they becomes incredibly useful. Now, when B decays into modes involving neutrals, we need Bell or Bell2 data. Also, because of this I delta D phase, we need inputs from other beauty and charm experiments such as CLEO-C and BET3. So the general strategy is we measure gamma from as many BD decay channels as possible and combine them. Okay, so here is an example. Here they studied B decay into D, H, and D decay into K short HH. Here H can be either K-on or pion. LHCb is studying various combinations of these decays using full run 1 and run 2 data. So here is an example. BPG GSG channel is D decay into 3 binary body final states. That means they are doing Doris analysis. So they use D decay into K short pi pi and D decay into K short KK. And they studied the Doris plots of D. That means they divide this Doris plot into many mass bins. And for each mass bin, they check the yields between B plus and B minus, which means they calculate the asymmetry. So here is such an example. This is one of the Doris mass bin. The left figure is B plus and the right figure is B minus. And apparently you see the asymmetry in the yields. Okay, so LHCb just gave us the brand new preliminary results on this gamma, which is 69 plus minus 5 degree. Now let's compare this number with the previous number, which is 80 plus minus 10 minus 9 degree. So you see the huge difference between the uncertainty. One is coming from the statistical error between 5 and 9, and the other is coming from experimental input, which is output. Okay, experimental input from outside, which is 1 and 4. This is because recently BES3 updated the uncertainty from delta D. Now, let me talk about this delta D in the next slide. Okay, here is the slide on how to measure this strong phase delta D. Usually charm decays such as CLEO-C or BET3, they are running at size 3770. Now at this size 3770, the resonance decays into D-diva pairs, which is actually charge odd. That means between D and D bar, there will be a quantum correlation. So if the chat side D is CP odd, then the signal side D will be CP even, and vice versa. So BES3 conducted Doris analysis of D decaying to K short or K long, pi plus pi minus, and measured delta D, which is used by the LHCb experiments. So let me give you an example. Here you see two Doris plots. The left plot is this K short pi plus pi minus, where the other side is CP even, and the right side is for the same channel when the other side is CP odd. And clearly when you compare these two plots, you see there is this K short rho contribution in the left plot, which is what happens when the other side is CP even. Okay, and the figures for the right, from the right side is the fitted results by the BES3 group. The red dots are BES3 results, blue dots are expected values from theory, and green dots are the old CLEO-C number. And clearly when you compare the BES results and CLEO-C results, the error bar is completely smaller than before. And here you see a circle because the x-axis means cosine of delta D and y-axis means sine of delta T. So that's because the data are arranged in circle. Okay, let me go to the next slide. Okay, let me change the subject. Here, I'd like to talk about semi-leptonic decays of B mesons and charm mesons. This left figure is the usual CKM matrix. And here you see class of mesons decay into lighter mesons, one lepton and one neutrino coming in. So these decays represents the 3-level decay, and they give you the CKM matrix nicely. So for example, usually the semi-leptonic decays, such as these decays, are represented by this kind of formula, where the decay rate is proportional to the square of CKM matrix element and form factor. And these form factors describe the hadronic interactions between the initial meson and the decay meson. And when the decay meson have many final states, multiple final states, then it will give also you additional kinematic information such as angles. Those are represented by omega here. Now these form factors, actually, they should be calculated by the QCD people. So we need inputs from lattice QCD or light cone calculations or etc. Now here you see the brand new plot from UTFit people. The x-axis is VCB and y-axis is VUB, and you see the average values here. However, what's important is the bands here represented by inclusive and exclusive measurements. Historically, when they measured these VXB elements using exclusive and inclusive measurements, inclusive methods, they saw some tangents between these two methods. That happens both for VUB and VCB. So this led to speculations such as new physics from right-handed currents. Let me go to the next slide. So let me give you some example how to measure VUB using inclusive measurement method. Okay, when B decays into U quark hadrons, this is Cabibo suppressed. At the same time, when B decays into C quark hadrons, this is Cabibo favored. That means XC will be a major background for XU. So that will give you a limited handle for kinematical informations. So usually they have to use lepton energy endpoint, such as lepton energy endpoint or low hadron mass region to get the information on XU. So here is an example. The blue histograms are background and the red histograms are signal. And clearly the signal is more prominent at the low MX region. Okay, now Bell just recently completed a new analysis using neural network to get new VUB values. They also used machine learning technique to suppress background. And as a result, they got the new value, VUB, as 4.06. And it is represented by a figure here. Here you see 4 blue dots. That's because different form factor gives you different VUB. So as the overall average, this red dot has another uncertainty at the end because of the theoretical uncertainty. And when this red dot is compared to the heavy flavor average or CKM theta average, you see it's a little bit higher by 1 sigma. So that means it becomes closer to the exclusive number. Okay, let me go to the next slide. Now here is an example of doing exclusive measurement. And this time I'm talking about VCB, not VUB. B decaying into D or D star L nu is stated extensively to get this VCB element. Usually what they do is they use fit variable W, and they use angular variables to extract more information. W is a variant of Q square. Sometimes they also use G variable, which is again variant of W. Now, when they do this analysis, you have to keep in mind that there are uncertainties coming from form factors. Now, here is a list of the fit values coming from Bell, BABA, and LHCb. Bell and BABA used B0 decays, while LHCb used B sub S decays. And this B sub S decay analysis is brand new. And let's look at the number. The VCB number from LHCb is 42 or 41, depending on their form factors. And these values are slightly higher than the previous measurements by B factories. Now, when you compare to the LHCb measurement to the PDG value, you notice the LHCb measurement is closer to the inclusive measurements. So this is very, very impressive. Okay, now let me go to the next page. Now, let's talk about tangent theta C. This is another Kabibov angle. This is from the charm sector. Now, this parameter is coming when they measured the branching fraction of the meson decays. Sometimes you see this parameter comes in. Now, Beth3 did a very interesting study when they compared double Kabibov suppressed of the decay into K pi 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 0 with Kabibov favored K pi 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 0. They noticed that this ratio is very high, 6.28 multiplied by tangent 4. And this ratio is large when they compared it to the other DCS or CF ratios. That means there is a huge isospin violation on the breakup in this sector. Okay, now let me go to the next page. Now let's talk about CP violation. CP violation phase, phi S, is a very interesting phase, which happens when there is the interference between mixing of B sub S and B sub S decay into a direct decay of B sub S decay into common final state. The golden mixing decay, B sub S decay into J psi phi, where phi decay into K plus K minus is well known. So this is all the LHC experiment studied this decay channel to get phi S, which is proportional to the VTS VTB over VCS VCB Kabibov matrix elements. Okay, now let me go to the next page to show you the result. So here you see a table, LHCb result from K plus K minus channel and other channels, and Atlas measurements and CMS measurement. And this plot is from Atlas showing the compilation of LHC experiments measurement. And you see there is Atlas measurement and CMS measurement a little bit sideband, and at the center is the LHCb measurement. So this is a very interesting plot. And when we compared it to the CKM filter average, CKM filter average is minus 36. Okay, now let me go to the next slide. We have also time-dependent CP value study decaying of B decaying to D plus D. They used D plus D star decaying to D0 pi and D minus decaying to pi K pi pi channel. And the right figure is the asymmetry depending on decay time, which is represented by blue curve and red curve. The color represents the final state charge. And using this result, they got this five parameter fit result, which is comparable to the Bell-Baba numbers from the previous measurements. Okay, now let me go to the next page. Here, I'm showing you a slide from a charm sector. this is the brand new average by heavy flavor group for YCP value and asymmetry value. If you are interested, you can check the talks given by these two people. Okay. Now, let me give you a brief news from BEL2 experiment. Here at the center, I'm showing you the luminosity plot of BEL data. They started at the beginning of last year. First, they got 6 inverse femtobarn, then they got 4 inverse femtobarn, and this spring, they got 64 inverse femtobarn. And for this conference, they gave a preliminary result coming from 34 inverse femtobarn data set. Now, you have noticed here that the KK's super KKB and BEL2 detector ran throughout the spring, even though the COVID status was very bad. And also, what they did was around at the end of June, they managed to set the world record of peak luminosity. The world record was set on June 15th, which was subsequently updated by another number on June 21. So now the world record is 2.4 multiplied by 10 to the 34. Now, BEL is planning to run this fall too. And here is the proposed plan for until year 2030. In general, Super KKB will run 8 months per year. Next year, there will be a brief close down because the BEL2 has changed the pixel detector. And around year 2026, Super KKB is thinking of shutting down the machine to do partial upgrade of RF region and upgrade of the interaction region. And the ultimate aim is to get 15 inverse eptobarn around year 2030. Okay, now let me go to the next slide. Here is the brief review of what BEL2 gave you as preliminary result. This is one example. This is the study of time-dependent CP violation where B meson decay into J psi and K short. This is another golden decay mode for B. Here they studied the time-dependent asymmetry and extracted sign to phi 1, and here phi 1 means beta. And for this study, they also studied B decay into D, K, where D decay into K pi and pi to get their mixing parameter. Okay, now let me go to the next slide. Also, yes. Okay, how many do I have now?
0 minutes.
0 minutes. Okay, sorry. Then let me go to the summary. So measurement on gamma is slowly entering the precision area, and the CKM elements are updated relentlessly by studying semi-lepton decay modes. And BEL2 started generating comparable physics result. So CKM and CP violation is a very, very good handle to look for new physics. Thank you.
Thank you, Doris, for a nice summary of CKM and CPV, and also for encouraging news from Super KKB. Now, session is open for questions and comments. Questions, comments, please. Currently, there are a bit over 160 people in the audience in Zoom, and I don't know how many in the YouTube. Those in the Zoom room can ask questions by raising hands. Anybody? If not, I see one. Gagan, please unmute. And
yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. So this is about the LSCB result that you presented, this 5 asymmetry. Can you go to that slide, please?
Okay, which page are you talking about?
This is on the charm side, B2 D star plus D minus whatever. I'm sorry, that's, I didn't keep track of the slide. Yes. So, so basically, in all 5 observable that has been measured, so they are most up to date, and so it's still statistically limited, right? So I think this is something LSCB can improve further. I mean, of course, yeah, these are all charge track final state. So just wondering, what is the, if you have by any chance, the major systematic for this measurement? I mean, although it's statistically limited.
I have a paper, but I do not have the element right now on my hand.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, but we can also, read this paper and check what their major systematics, or we can check their
top.
talk.
Yeah, I'll check.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Please continue this the discussion session later today. Any other? If not, it's about time. So let's thank the speaker once again and move on. Let's move on to the next speaker, Yasmine Sara Amhis. Doris.
Hello, let me share my slides.
Yes, please.
Can you see them?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let me just close the video. Don't need to see myself. Okay, so thanks first of all for the invitation, and let me start telling you about where beauty and charm decays across all the experiments mentioned here. So luckily for me, the case of the standard model and why it works so well, and however, while we need to search for new physics, has been done quite extensively throughout this week. But if we need to remember something, and this will be kind of the conducting string throughout my talk, is that what we will be doing using these probes, which are rare beauty and charm decays, is that we will try to be probing some observables that we will wisely pick and see if we see deviation with respect to the standard model prediction for this set of observables. Now, from a theoretical point of view, one of the tools which is employed to try to do this exercise is the so-called effective field theory. So here, let me pick as an example B to SLL transition, which you have here highlighted on this side of the slide. So here, typically this flavor change in neutral current cannot happen at tree level in the standard model. And what we will do is we will try to see if new physics particles, whatever they are, will try to compete with this kind of processes. Now, what you have to remember is that in real life, of course, you will have quarks like this by themselves, but they will hadronize inside the hadrons, whether it's mesons or baryons, which means in here that you will have to account for all of the strong interaction which will blend in this kind of transitions. So then, depending on the question that you're asking, you will pick the effective field theory, which makes most sense to address the questions that you're doing. And the way it works is that here, for example, if we're working in a scale between the mass of the bottom quark and the top one, where we are in the weak effective field theory, what we will do is that we will integrate out all the heavy degrees of freedom, and then this will look like our interaction a bit like a Fermi one now. So now we're back to a 4-point-like interaction. And here we will write down this effective Hamiltonian, and here you have the expression here. So lambda CKM corresponds to the CKM terms, which give you the probability of these couplings. And we will have a sum over the Wilson coefficients and the operators. So now the way it works, and what you have to remember, this we will see throughout the talk, is that with this splitting that we're doing as a function of energy, we will have on one side the Wilson coefficients, which can be computed in a perturbative way. And here we can have standard model predictions, which are very accurate. So these are the elements which will be sensitive to the new physics that we are trying to probe. However, you can see that they always appear as a product, and you have on the other side the non-perturbative terms from the non-local operators. And for this one here, you can have many ways of computing them, whether it's using lattice calculation or different models. So we will always be talking about theoretically clean observables and so on and so forth. And the reason why we do this kind of reasoning is because we have this kind of product that appear. So for example, it will be difficult to claim that we're seeing new physics if on the other hand, the non-perturbative part is contaminated with large theoretical uncertainties. So before jumping into the actual topic of my talk, I think it's too good not to mention this amazing result that had appeared and will be discussed at length later today. The search from the NI62 collaboration of decay to pi nu decay. And here the only thing I'll say for this is that you see a very nice history of flavor physics and how you can see in which started in the early 70s and how we have an amazing result today, but also from a theoretical point of view where you see the size of the uncertainty that has been shrinking with time as knowledge has been acquired. So our roadmap of my talk will be the following. We'll be first discussing angular analysis, then we'll be discussing more suppressed decays. We'll have a quick mention of lepton flavor violating decay, and then we'll talk a little bit about rare or forbidden charm decays. Okay, so let us begin. So here we go back to the picture that we had before of this effective Hamiltonian, but here we're talking in the case of B to SLL transition in particular. So now what's interesting in this kind of physics is that it's always done as a function of Q square. And the reason for that is that depending on where you are in Q square, which goes from the mass of the leptons that you have to the final state up to the difference between the initial state that you have, whether it's B or lambda B and the hadronic part. So this Q square. Well, here you will see that depending on where you are, you will be sensitive to more or less Wilson coefficients. Also, what's really interesting is that here you have these peaks that you see really nicely, which correspond to the Charmonia resonance. So from an experimental point of view, these are extremely useful because here you don't really expect to have new physics contribution, at least it's the hypothesis that we're making here. So experimentally, they will be very useful to be used as normalization, calibration, and all of that. And on the other side, we have the photon pole at very low energy, very low energies here, sorry. And we will discuss throughout this talk what we can measure in this region. So here, maybe if I can share a more personal note, when I started my PhD, I always thought that these kind of angular analyses, even at the time we had no data, obviously, at LHCb, were one of the coolest measurements that one can do. But what I personally found really nice is how we can go from fitting angular distribution and then climbing back up all the way to the Wilson coefficients. So now if you let me talk you through on how this works, here you have an example of the K star mu distribution which have been observed at the LHC in the LHCb experiment, CMS and Atlas, but we also have here contribution from the Bell experiment in a E plus E minus environment. So the way it works is that we have these angular distributions that we can get from the angles that we can compute here. And then throughout this distribution, we can compute many observables. And it's then these observables, which we can pick more or less wisely, that will give us access to new physics. So to be a little bit more concrete, here what you have is the distribution, is the expression of the angular distribution as a function of Q square, and also as a function here of the observables that we are interested in. So here, so here what you have highlighted is the terms FL, for example, AFP, S5, and so on. And these are the ones which will be carrying the information about the Wilson coefficients. Now, I told you earlier that the choice of basis is important, and this is what will give you access to observables which are more or less sensitive to the hadronic uncertainties, and this is what we'll be calling these optimized observables here. Now we have two sets of bases. There are the S1, which is the one written here, but there's also the P basis, which is the one optimized here, which will give us smaller uncertainties. Now, if we look now into how the fit is done, this is a 5-dimension fit done in both the B mass. This allows you to separate the signal from background, and the K-star mass. And the reason why we use the K-star mass is that, as you may know, we have the P wave contribution in the K-star, but there's also contamination from the S wave, which we would like to take here into account. The fit here is done in 8 bins. I told you earlier that the Q-square dependence for all of these measurements was really important. And then we have a 4-dimension acceptance correction, which is convoluted with the PDF. So here you have an example of projections. Here it's for 2016 data taken by the LHCb experiment. And in general, there's a very good agreement between the 2 sets of data. And here we use a simultaneous fit for both data sets. So if we look now at the results for K-star mu mu, so what we have is that I'm showing you here the observables of interest. Because of the constraint in time, maybe we can highlight the P'5, which is one of the observables that has been getting a lot of attention in the past years. And what we can say here is that we have discrepancies which are observed with respect to the standard model, which have significances between 2.5 and 2.9 standard deviation, depending on how you're looking at the problem. So this is really interesting, and this is one of the patterns that we for sure will want to understand a little bit more. So now for ICHEP, there was a new result, and here it's the angular analysis of K-star mu mu, but here, as you can see here, the K-star is charged. So because it's charged, it can decay to a K short and a pi. So here, thanks to the CMS very good tracking, reconstruction, and coverage, you have the K shorts, which are really well reconstructed, given that you remember they have a very long lifetime and they're quite tricky to reconstruct. So here the expression is similar to what we have seen for the neutral B before, and the observables that we're interested in here is FL, which is the polarization for the K-star, and AFB, the forward-backward asymmetry. So here you have the result, which is the spirit of the analysis is very similar to the one I mentioned before. It's a 3D fit. And here in this particular example, the dominant systematics comes from the description of the background of the angular distribution. What you need to remember is that what we're seeing here is that we have a very good agreement with the standard model prediction in the bins which have been investigated by this analysis, and the prediction of the standard model are quoted here for reference. Now, we're going to change slightly region in Q-square, and this is called maybe slightly provocatively of where muons can go. The reason I call it this way is that having kind of a slight bias from LHCb, life with muons is on average much easier with, let's say, electrons or photon. However, where muons can't go, is at very low Q-square, and this is where you can probe parameters such as C7, which is the ones that give you information about the photon polarization. So the photon polarization is quite well predicted in the standard model. And the way we're going to talk about it is that we expect not to have a large contribution of the right-handed currents here. And this is expressed in these terms here, where you have the suppression of C7 prime over C7, which you can express as a function of the mass, the suppression of the mass of the strange quark over the bottom one. And this is very small in the standard model. So this here, you can have models of new physics that tell you that you can have large contribution to this, and here what you will want to do is to measure this as well as possible. Now, a little experimental sneak peek is this results that we're starting to get from Bell 2. So here they're not yet at full speed. However, you can see that they're already seeing some very nice signals of here. So it's, for example, K-star gamma, which is a radiative mode, and it's one of the very useful modes to measure the photon polarization. So we're really looking forward to seeing more of this result, especially to see how they will fit in the global picture of what we have about C7 and C7 prime. So now we're going to talk a result about LHCb. So this is also an angular analysis, but this one, as I told you earlier, we're not going to employ muons, but rather electrons at very low Q-square. So here we go really close. You have the range, which is given here, and you can see it's very small. It's the same story as earlier. You have the terms here highlighted in blue, which you can relate to a combination of the Wilson coefficients that you're interested in. So C7, C7 prime, and this is what gives you access to the photon polarization here. So now let us look at the result. Similar story in the spirit as the K-star EE. Gay-star mu analysis. So first we have a fit projection to the k-pi EE mass to separate the background components that you have. You can see what I was telling you earlier, that life with electron was a little bit harder, because you can see that the mass width is larger, which means that you have to be very careful with the backgrounds that you can have here that will come close to your signal region. And then you have the three projections of the angles that you will be using: cosine theta L, cosine theta K, and the phi tilde that we can discuss later. So this analysis has been also, it's a new result for ICHEP. I should have mentioned that. And here we can look at the results. So here, maybe let me walk you through this one here, which gives you an idea of the constraints that we get in here on C7 prime. What you can see here is this new K-star EE result from LHCb is one of the best results that we have here. It's in a very good agreement with the standard model, and we believe that it will give very strong constraints on the right-handed couplings that we can expect here. So we're really looking forward to see what's the impact in the theory community of this result. All right, so now let us reduce the order of magnitudes of the decays that we're interested in and go to more rare decays. So here, the example that we will be picking is B going to L plus and minus. So here, just as illustration, I give you the theoretical expression of the B to L plus L minus. And all I want to illustrate here is what I was telling you earlier about how you pick your observables. So here, this one is a theoretically clean one, which can give you access here to probing new physics particles, like as the Z prime illustrated here. And we talk about the helicity suppression, and the way you see it here is because you have the suppression here as a function of the mass of the lepton as a over the mass of the initial B that you have created. All right, so now let's look at some results. These you have seen already. The BS to mu mu decay has been seen across the ring, and what I mean here is that it has been seen in both Atlas CMS and also LHCb, and this is a branching ratio which is really low. Here we're talking 10 to the minus 9. In all the cases, there have been limits which have been put on the B0. But what's new for ICHEP, and I'm very happy to show you this today, and I would like to thank the people who have been working until very late last night for me to be able to show it, is that we have today the first combination from Atlas CMS and LHCb of all of these results. So here you can have a look at the scans which are done here as a function of BS to mu mu over BD to mu mu. Yeah, and here you can see that now we have this very nice result, which is given here for the average. And what to take away from this is that the standard model compatibility is 2.1 standard deviations when we're looking in the 2D plane, and this goes up to 2.4 if we're looking at BS to mu mu. So we can ask the question, what's going on with the electrons? And the reason why we will do this is that, as you will know, we have seen this test called lepton universality, where we're employing B to SLL transition, and now this has been measured in lambda B, B plus, and B0 decays. And without going into the details of this measurement, what we're seeing is kind of a pattern when we have this called deficit of muons. And the reason why we say it like this is because we're seeing it a more global picture, including other decays that I don't have time to mention here. So now we're going to see the counter decay of BS to mu mu. So this will be BS to EE, which has been recently studied at LHCb. So for now, there is no significant signal, and a limit has been set. What you have to see is that there is a very careful treatment of all the backgrounds that can contribute that allows us to give this very nice limit. So now let us talk a little bit about the forbidden decays. And the reason why we do this is that in a lot of new physics models, there's always this prediction of lepton flavor violation if you see a lepton universality violation. So here, let me mention quickly a result from the Bell 2 experiment. So here we have from the Bell, not Bell 2, just the Bell experiment. So here you have some decays which have been studied. So K mu with a K short, and so on. So there's this peculiar observation which has been made here where there's a little excess which has been observed in one of the modes. However, as you may know, LHCb has also looked into this, and at LHCb there's a very string constraint which let us believe that probably what has been observed here, there's probably statistical fluctuation because, as you can see, the level of background is quite high in comparison to what has been seen in LHCb, where there's almost no background. Now, the other one, which is very interesting, is B to K tau mu, and this one is really important because, as you know, I have no time to talk about charge currents, but in the family of charge currents, there are also some tensions which have been seen here with respect to the standard model predictions. So there are plenty of models in the market available which try to explain this kind of anomalies. And here what they will try to do, they will often have predictions for branching ratios of K to mu tau, which will be higher than the standard model prediction. So here, for now, for this particular analysis, we have only an upper limit, which has been set very nicely by LHCb for this analysis here, which requires a lot of care because, of course, you have missing energy from the neutrino. Now, let me talk very quickly about charm physics. And here, so now we're going to change families. And what's interesting is that even though this family is lighter, so this comes with another source of complications, we have a very similar distribution as a function of Q square, where here you see the branching fraction, of d to pi mu mu as a function of Q square. And here you see also you have this resonant structures and the non-resonant part here, which might carry the new physics information. So I'll talk about two more analyses. So there's one here published by Deepa Bar experiment very recently. And here there's a search for this forbidden decays. The reason that they're forbidden is because we have lepton flavor violation. You see you have E mu in the final state. And here they're employing this very, let's say, long decay change where you have the D that then goes to an X0. And this X0 can be there pi 0, K short, K star, and so on and so forth. So here I invite you to have a look at this paper, and there's a very nice set of limits which are quite constraining, which have been put on this decay. And for the last topic that I would like to discuss today is this paper by LHCb, which has been presented recently, and it's a search for the 25 forbidden, rare or forbidden decays. So here in this paper, as you can see, we have many decays that have been classified here. So you have example of weak annihilation decay, you have some here. To give you an example for the normalization, here you have what we use in pi mu mu and pi EE when using, which are used for the normalization. And then there are searches for both lepton flavor violation and lepton number violation. The peaks here that you're seeing are obviously not the signal, but they correspond to the mis-ID background that we might have here. In all of the cases, we have a very good agreement with no signal observations, and there is a set of limits which have been done, and some of them are the best so far that we have. So I do not have to talk about this today because Doris did already before. Let me go to the conclusion of my talk. So just to say that flavor physics, this field has been extremely exciting in the past few years. We're seeing the coherent pattern of tensions in the standard model with respect to the standard model, and we're really, really looking forward to see whether these are signs of new physics or I don't know what, but hopefully we have a few years of exciting things ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmine, for comprehensive summary of their decays and many interesting results. Now, session is open for questions and comments. Yes, Gerard, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the nice talk. I have a question about your K-star EE analysis. Yeah. Have you looked at the angular distributions, S5 prime and F and longitudinal K-star polarization?
Hang on. So here. So sorry, what was your question? Do we look at?
Okay. Do you have the FL as a function of Q square?
So here there's one bin of Q square. This analysis done here is done at very low Q square in this one bin here. Okay.
It would be interesting to compare this with your K-star mu mu analysis because there's one strange thing, I think. The S5 prime is a normalization to the longitudinal polarization. And if you look in your measurement of the longitudinal polarization, the measurement is below the expectation, and we don't expect any new physics in the K-star longitudinal polarization. So by normalizing this, you basically enhance the effect for S5 prime. Because if you look at S5, that's still consistent with the standard model. And just this normalization, which gets rid of some systematic errors, of course, but if the measurement has a problem, then you enhance the effect.
So your suggestion would be to look at FL in other bins of Q square for K star EE. Is that what I take away?
Yes.
Okay. I can pass on the message.
Yeah, how far can you go actually to the high Q square?
Sorry?
How far can you go up in the Q square?
For which one?
For electron mode.
For electron mode, there's no, let's say, limit of how far you can go in Q square. So for example, in the pipeline, there is a plan of having an angular analysis, which is looking at the entire Q square region. The reason why here it was focused on this very small one is because the prime interest is the photon polarization. But then something which will be really interesting along the lines of lepton universality measurements, but in angular distributions, a bit like Bell has done, is to look at all the Q square regions, and then if possible to look at ratios of the observable. So for example, instead of looking just at, let's say, P prime 5, then you will call it Q prime 5, and here you look at the ratio of what you have between muons and electrons. So this is definitely one of the analyses which people are looking at across the whole Q square, even with electrons. Then what differs, of course, is that your definition of the Q square bins is a little bit different, because you can have leakages from the gypsine, the wider mass resolution with the electrons, so there'll be differences here. But then you can go, if you control the leakages that you can have from Tramonia, you can go a priori everywhere. Okay, thank you. I think we have to move on. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
So the next speaker, the last speaker in this session is Giuseppe Ruggiero. He's going to tell us about the rare decays of K-mesons. Are you ready?
Good morning. I will share my screen. Do you see it?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So, good morning. I'd like to thank the organizer for the opportunity to present rear count decays. I will not cover all the subject. I will follow, and sorry for, apologize for missing. So I will follow a picture going back in 2016 at the count conference when Buresh appointed some observables, stars of flavor in count physics. That are essential to pin physics beyond the standard model down together with others and maybe more famous observables. One of these stars is the direct CP violation epsilon prime over epsilon parameter, which has a history of experimental success, but theoretical challenges. And only recently, theory is getting more clean, thanks to the effort also of Lattice QCD, as Sony reported at this conference. Apart epsilon K and delta MK, which are very well known, the other flavor star are rear count decays that are the main subject of this talk. It is customary to visualize them in focusing on the link between the short distance contributions to their decay amplitude and the quark flavor structure, here represented by the sides of the unitarity triangle, to which these decays are directly connected. The other processes are rear count decays essential to interpret experimental results whenever long-distance contributions are important. This is not the case for the flavor-changing neutral current decays K into pi nu. These are S2D transitions, very clean theoretically, because short-distance dominated and free from dronic uncertainties. The quadratic G mechanism and the high Kabib suppression make these decays extremely rare in the standard model, and the uncertainty on the prediction is parametric depending on the knowledge of the CKM matrix element. Experiments have reached the standard model sensitivity in the charged mode 1 only. because they are so suppressed in standard model, they are very sensitive to new physics. In a model-independent way, they probe the highest mass scale among the meson decays. Model-dependent scenarios predicts larger deviations in the branching ratio from the predictions, and also correlation between the charged and the neutral mode. Present constraint on new physics affect opinion new weakly, especially if new physics is non-minimum flavor violating, but however requires experiments measure these decays precisely. The two experiments presently running are a COTO at J Park for K long and an A62 at CERN for K+. In both cases, protons on target produce kaons, and the goal is to detect all the possible particles in final state produced by kaon decays together with the pion. This is the only way to demonstrate that if you have a missing energy, this comes from neutrinos. And this leads to a detector configuration as much as possible hermetic. In addition, the charged mode needs a tracking system for the kaon and for the pion, and the particle identification system. Both experiments are operative and run since some years. What makes a particle physics experiment for pion new are details. In COTO, the photo rejection in COTO requires not only efficient detector, but also capability to resolve overlapping pulses. A cluster shape analysis is required against neutron-induced background, but the ultimate background comes from the decay of K+ produced by charge exchange reaction of neutral kaons in the walls of the collimator. And this last background has been discovered recently by COTO, and the dedicated run this year has allowed COTO to estimate this background going in the direction to explain the debated event observed last year in signal region. COTO is working to eradicate at a hardware level this background in order to push the sensitivity down towards the standard model. An A62 takes advantage of the precise reconstruction of the invariant mass of the two neutrinos to distinguish signal from background. In contrast with the K long into P0 nu bar, the main background in charged mode is not suppressed by CP violation, and therefore an A62 requires to reach a top edge performance in pion-muon separation, in photo rejection, and in time resolution. In this way, the background from K+ decay is very well under control, and the main background comes from accidental pions produced along the mean line, sometimes with mechanisms not very dissimilar to those described for COTO. But the issue here is less relevant, and the A62 has reported the preliminary result of the analysis of the full data set and showing a 3.5 sigma evidence for the K+ into Pi+ nu bar, which lead to the most up-to-date measurement of the branching ratio. And here is the history of the measured branching ratio with the last, these are the limits, of course, with the last value from an A62. And you can appreciate the result of an A62 in this combined plot where the allowed region is shown in comparison with the previous experiment with the standard model prediction, the direct bound on the Pi0 nu bar from the analysis of the 2015 data of COTO, and the theoretical Grossman bound on Pi0 nu bar. This plot will be updated as soon as COTO will provide numbers on the 2016, 17, and 18 analysis. I'd like now to give a short, brief overview about another flavor star, the K long into mu plus mu minus together with its counterpart, K short into mu plus mu minus. Has not been covered in this conference, but is important for the general context. K long into mu plus mu minus are very precisely measured, known experimentally since many years. But theoretically, the prediction is uncertain because suffers of a sign ambiguity in the interference between the long distance and short distance contribution. Theorists have pointed out that K short into mu mu is more clean theoretically and very sensitive to new physics. And also the mu mu final state from a K0 and K0 mixture can resolve the sign ambiguity of the K long into mu mu. For this reason, decay shortened to mu is central in the rear kaon decay program of LHCb, where kaons are produced abundantly, but are disfavored by the trigger. So this program is mostly for upcoming runs focused on K-short because of lifetime reasons. Nevertheless, from the analysis of run 1 and run 2, LHCb has been able to improve significantly the experimental knowledge of the K-short into mu, setting the bar about 1 order of magnitude above the interesting region of 10 to the minus 11. Okay, but it's known also that new physics could not manifest itself necessarily just in the flavor structure of the quarks. And so we could, with rear kaon decays, it's possible to exploit other signatures. So test of lepton universality, look for lepton flavor and lepton number violating mode, or search also for production of feebly interacting particles. The differential decay amplitude of the decay K plus into pi plus or plus I minus depends on form factors, which lepton universality predicts independent from the flavor of the lepton, and any difference can be correlated to similar anomalies in B physics. An A62 has reported a new precise measurement of the two form factor in the muonic channel, and the result is compatible with lepton universality when compared with the old measurement from Brookhaven, the electronic channel. The test here is to be improved in statistics especially, and this is in the reach of an A62 with the upcoming runs with more data and a better trigger also for the electronic mode. Present very popular new physics model predicts lepton flavor violation, and K into pi mu e is a typical example. Thanks to the extended particle identification and precise track reconstruction, A62 has improved of about a factor 50 the limit on the branching ratio of the two of the three possible charge permutation of the pi mu e, setting the bar in the region of 10 to the minus 11. And finally, heavy neutral leptons can be produced in the decay of K plus together with the lepton. And this gives a topology perfect for an A62. From the analysis of the full data set, the search in the electronic channels has allowed an A62 to put a limit in the coupling of the heavy neutral lepton with the electron that saturates the region allowed by the Big Bang nucleosynthesis up to about 340 MeV. The muon channel is slightly disfavored by the trigger, but has improved the limit significantly above 300 MeV up to about 380 MeV. So this is the wrap up of what I said so far with the two actors in kaon physics, an A62 and Cotton, one which is exercising to become soon. And here is the list of the experimental status of all the decays that enter this diagram that I've shown before. Now the question is, what about the future? And in a short-term scale, an A62 is on track to reach a 10% precision on the pi plus nu bar measurement, and Koto to reach the standard model sensitivity on the pi 0 nu bar search in a way that the two experiments can start challenge the standard model in the next years. In addition, LHCb will push the sensitivity on the K-shortened to mu down to 10 to the minus 11 or even below, and start to study precisely other challenging decays entering the global picture. In the meantime, all the tests on lepton universality and lepton flavor violation search for exotic particles will continue with improved sensitivity. On a longer term future, Koto has the plans to reach several sensitivity for several tens of pi 0 nu bar. And we may think of the kaon facility at CERN with charged and neutral mode running one after the other, with an A62-like experiment able to reach 5% precision in pi plus nu bar, and an experiment to study pi 0 nu bar, which already in a different condition with respect to Koto, and already a project exists and is called Clever. In this way, we can invent scenarios where you have significant differences between experiment and prediction. And a linear combination between an NA62-like experiment and the Clever experiment is a perfect experiment to study decay long in 2.0 plus and minus, which is the flavor star, which I didn't talk so far because it doesn't exist so much experimentally. It exists a very old limit only. And together with the 10 to the minus 12 sensitivity on K-shorting to mu that LHCb will reach, and the precise measurement of decay shorting to 2.0 plus and minus, an over-constraint on the unitarity triangle using only the inputs from K-on physics will be possible. And by comparison with B physics, maybe the flavor structure of new physics could emerge. Of course, I'm running a little bit too far, so I prefer to come to the conclusion. And real K-on decays are a probe for a variety of signature of new physics. And one is if new physics can give signal in the flavor structure of the quark, and the pioneer new experiments are striking back and entering the era of the measurements of the branching ratio. With K-on decays, we can test the lepton universality, lepton flavor and lepton number violation, a very, very high sensitivity. And all of this signature contribute to build up a picture of the new physics, the physics governing the smallest distances, for which Professor Buresh has a very precise time schedule. But if this physics is still a standard model, with real K-on decays are also a perfect laboratory to look into the dark sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Giuseppe, for this nice summary of beautiful K-on results. Our session is open for questions and comments. We are running late, but I think we still can accept one question. I don't see any. Then let me ask one quick question. You told us about the future of K-on measurements, and we can reduce errors. So you mean it will not be systematically limited, and you can just increase?
Yes, presently we don't have these real decays are not systematically limited because they are very real. There are only, for example, K long in 2 mu plus mu minus is very precisely measured. So this is not a question. The others are really, you need to push the statistics. For example, the pioneer new, the systematics is very much below the 10%, which is also the parametric precision of the standard model. So systematics up to now is not a problem. I would be happy to arrive at systematic precision.
Thank you, that's encouraging. So if there's no other urgent questions, thank you very much, Giuseppe.
Thank you.
So let me remind that there's a discussion session later today, as commented by the organizer, I think, in the comment window. So the remaining questions can go there or to the Mattermost chat. So let's thank all the speakers in this session and also to the audience. And let's now have a coffee break, and we will reconvene as scheduled in about 10-13 minutes. So thank you very much.
Start.
Okay. I'll share my slides.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, let me start the second session block of today's plenary. We have 3 talks in this block, and the first speaker is Toshinori Mori. He will speak about, he will give an experimental overview on charged lepton flavor physics. Toshinori, please.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
You have 25 minutes, including questions.
Right.
Then 7 minutes before, I will
7 minutes.
tell you.
Okay, I'm pretty much honored to be here. I'm actually in my office and present this summary talk of the experimental overview of charged lepton flavor. I think. And first question I ask is, what is flavor? I think just after the muon was discovered, people wondered, this heavy electron, why this heavy electron never decayed radiatively into an electron, although such a decay does not violate any conservation law. So they invented the new quantum number as a flavor, and they introduced this to explain this mu gamma process never happens. Then about the quarks. Quarks also seems to conserve flavors approximately, and flavor changing neutral current decays such as B2S gamma occurs only at the 10 to the minus fifth level. Then moving to the neutrinos, neutrino oscillate, and they actually have no respect for flavors. Then what about charged leptons? Then here, can you see the next slide? So here, let's just think about this neutrino oscillation measurement along baseline neutrino experiment. In this experiment, you produce neutrino of one species, the accelerator, and let them travel a long distance while they are transferring into another species of neutrino, and then we detect this neutrino at the far detectors. But if you think a little about it, we don't really measure neutrinos. We measure only muons and electrons in this measurement. So as a whole, this process is summarized as pi plus neutron to mu plus e minus proton. This is a neutron oscillation process. So this is actually a charged lepton flavor violating process. So charged lepton flavor is violated. So using this neutrino oscillations, we can calculate this mu gamma process, the rate of this mu gamma process. Then it turned out to be very, very small. It's less than 10 to the minus 50th. So it's really experimentally unobservable. And the reason for that is not that flavor is conserved, but that the neutrino masses are very small. Okay? Neutrinos are just too light compared to this electroweak energy scale. So, since flavor is not conserved, so if you think of a new nice theory, which includes some heavy new particles that couples to muons and electrons, and put that particle into this loop, then a mu gamma process can occur at a much higher rate. So it happens for theories like supersymmetry, but it's often the case that the mu gamma rates get too high compared to the observation, to the non-observation. So, many theorists, manage to presume that there's a flavor symmetry at the beginning, at least for the first two generations of leptons, so that this kind of flavor mixing never occurs. But some theories with very high fundamental energy scale, such as ground unification theories, even if you assume the complete flavor symmetry at the very high fundamental energy scale, when you come down to the normal worlds at the low energy, you get large flavor mixing through the development of this renormalization group equation development. And the order of flavor mixing is 10 to the minus 12 for this kind of process. And currently, the experimental upper limit on this branching ratio is 4.2 times 10 to the minus 13th by the mega experiment. This is, I think, the world's smallest branching ratio of any elementary particle ever measured, I think. And the important thing is we are already exploring the new physics with the current experiment. Then where we should look for this charged lepton flavor violation, there are many processes, and they are interconnected and so on. I first look at the Higgs decays, lepton flavor violating Higgs decays. Actually, this lepton flavor violating couplings are interconnected, so that this flavor violating Higgs decays are strongly constrained by other lepton flavor violation processes, like muon and tau lepton flavor violating processes. But some processes, especially involving tau leptons, are not strongly constrained, so that the LSC experiment can have a high sensitivities on these Higgs coupling. This is an example of the Atlas experiment making a more stringent constraints on these tau, including the couplings, much better than this tau decay mode. This is a Atlas limit, and this is a tau limit. And they have still a region that they can explore in the future. Then I just come to a bit of a new light particle that violate lepton flavors. This is a search for lepton flavor violating action-like particle by MEGU experiment. The MEGU experiment is actually dedicated experiment to look for mu gamma decays, but this experiment can also look for this kind of events. This is muon decay into electron and this action-like guy, which then decay into 2 photons. So in the final state is look like E gamma gamma states. Okay, and in the events, this X can travel for a shorter distance before decaying into 2 gamma rays, and you observe 2 gamma rays in the calorimeter. And if you look at the other constraints coming from other experiment, there's still a large region that we can look for the effect in this decays. And this is a result. So they, of course, the measurement did not see a significant signal, so they could obtain the upper limit on the branching ratio as low as 10 to the minus 11. And this is a MEGU experiment, but now we, the MEGU2 upgraded experiment, MEGU2 is starting very soon, and this upgraded experiment has a much better sensitivity to this kind of signals. Okay, then I'll come to tau decays. Of course, the studies on tau decays are dominated by B factory experiments like BEL and BEL2, and these are the result for various lepton flavor violating tau decays. And the experimental method is that they have a tau pair production. So by tagging one of the taus and looking into the other side for lepton flavor violating decays. And in the future, the Bell 2 experiment is going to accumulate up to 5 times 10 to the 10 tau pairs. So that means that they can reach as small as 10 to the minus 10th of branching ratio for background-free processes like tau2 mu mu mu. With the more difficult processes like tau2 mu gamma, they can expect to go down to 10 to the minus 9th level. Then how can the collider experiment compete with Bell and Bell 2 experiment? It's going to be very hard. Even if high lumiere LSC can give us a huge amount of tau leptons, it requires some kind of breakthrough in analysis techniques to compete against the B-factor experiment. Now then, this is going to be my last topic in my talk, muon decays and muon conversion experiments. Okay, there are 3 types of muon lepton flavor violating processes, mu2E conversion on a nucleus, and the mu-E gamma decay, and the mu2-3E decays. They have a different features, like this mu-E conversion. The major backgrounds is prompt beam related background, so that they have to use the pulsed muon beam, while the other 2 processes are dominated by accidental background, so that they use DC muon beam. And each of these experiments relies on very innovative experimental techniques and technologies. And these innovative experimental techniques are the driving force to advance their sensitivities in these experiments. Okay, so I said that the mu-E conversion experiments like mu2E and COMET uses a pulse beam. This is a proton pulse. And the main background comes from just after this proton pulse, this prompt background. So they wait for this prompt background to go down and then start making a measurement. And the most important part of the measurement is there should be no proton in this quiet window. So here comes a so-called extinction of a proton beam, meaning that during the period when you want to measure this mu-E conversion process, there should be no proton. Right? So that's extinction, and this COMET experiment already achieved very excellent extinctions. They're going to make more tests in the future. And then I think I should mention one interesting experiment which called DME project. They don't use very sophisticated techniques like this solenoid to collect pions and transfer pions and muons, but instead they just look for high energy electrons coming from the production target. Some muons may be trapped and make form a muonic atom inside the proton, this production target, and then may cause this mu-E conversion. So they just look for the high energy electrons coming out of a production target. And of course, their sensitivities are low. It's about 1 order of magnitude better than the present limit, but they could possibly do this measurement very quickly. And they measure the very preliminary measurement of this decaying orbit spectrum nicely. And the good features of the MEG experiment is this DNA of MEG experiment is a gradient, especially gradient magnetic field for a positron spectrometer battery and the 2.7 ton liquid xenon photon detectors. And this detector has been upgraded to improve resolutions in order to cope with higher beam rate. Then we can compare these three different processes on the same foot. If we assume that they are coming from the same process called dipole component, it's essentially mu gamma components. If it's a dominant process in supersymmetric, mostly supersymmetric theories, and we can compare relative physics sensitivity among these three processes. It's 1/390 and 1/170. So if you target at 5 × 10⁻⁻17th sensitivity in the mu conversion experiment, that corresponds to 2 × 10⁻14th branching ratio in mu gamma. But the mu conversion and the mu2/3e experiment have other contributions. It's non-dipole contributions, such as these lepton quark or Higgs-like component. These are tree-level contributions, so that these contributions can be very large, so that their expected branching ratio could be even higher than mu gamma branching ratio, so that the ratio of on these expected branching ratio depends on the theoretical framework you think of. So in order to disentangle the new physics, all these three muon processes should be pursued together. And if we use this dipole sensitivity, you can actually compare these processes, and the final sensitivities of all these experiments look quite similar within a factor of 2 to 3. And some experiments are planning further upgrades. And I start with a -2 experiment. They have this drift chamber. I don't explain details. And this is a time counter. Very nice. This is a liquid xenon gamma ray detector. So all the detectors are already ready, together with this background tagging detector. This tags radiative background to reduce them. And this year, toward the end of this year, we are planning to pilot now that to establish. Yes?
Including questions, you have 7 minutes.
7 minutes. Okay. I'm getting shorter. So twofold, to establish a stable operation drift chamber as well as the calibration of liquid xenon detector. Then I move to mu2e. mu2e uses this solenoid detector system. This pion collection solenoid and transport muons to the detector system. And this is a S-shaped transport solenoid, and this is a straight solenoid for detectors. And they are preparing detectors. So I just go through. This is the cosmic ray VTOS. Cosmic rays are one of the biggest background for this experiment. And this is what they expect to see at the 90% confidence levels corresponds to of 8 × 10⁻⁷. And okay, what's important about this experiment is they aim at the 10⁴ orders magnitude improvement in sensitivity compared to the previous experiment. So this is an enormous jump from the past experiment. And they plan to start physics data taking in 2024. And I move to a COMET experiment. This experiment also uses a similar experimental technique as mu2e, but they use a C shape instead of S shape. This is some different momentum and charge selection of particles, and they also use a C shape detector solenoid that to select the momentum, that to reduce the background. Furthermore, they also aim at 10 to four orders of magnitude improvement, but they do this in 2 stages. So they plan to do first phase to measure the background and also to achieve moderate sensitivity. This is the preparation going on, and they will be ready in sometime in 2023. So maybe starting physics data taking around the similar timing as mu2e, I think. Then finally come to mu3e. mu3e uses a very thin pixel sensors to measure 3 electrons coming out of muons. And this looks like a huge detector, but this is a very tiny detector. This is a few centimeter size. So this is say a small vertex detector of the collider experiment. So this is very small things. And the most recent achievement is they got this solenoid for the detector. And now they are in the construction phase for the experiment. This is what they are expecting to see. And okay, mu3e experiment cannot achieve. They are also a staging experiment, but they cannot move to the later stages without a much stronger muon source. So there's a project called High Intensity Muon Beam, High MEB, a project at PSI, which aims at increasing 2 orders of magnitude in muon rates up to 10 to the 10th muons per second. This is an ODC beam. So mu3e needs this upgrade, and this upgrade is planned to be completed around 2024-5, so in 5 years of time. And then if this source, DC source is available, then we should probably think of planning a new mu gamma experiment to orders of magnitude higher sensitivities. So this is my final slide. And I should mention that at the Fermilab, there's also a accelerator upgrade plan called PIP2. They use the superconducting LINAC so that they can have a different structure of beam for even DC beam or pulsed beam, so that they can accommodate all kinds of muon experiment. So this is what we presented for European strategy update, but it should be updated. So we are going to see the most exciting decade to come for child lepton flavor violation searches. Thank you.
Thank you, Toshinori, for an excellent talk. And now we still have some time for questions or comments, please. I want to say that questions can be asked also through chat window, and they will be discussed in discussion session. So I cannot see a raised hand. I would like to ask you, it seems to me that from my impression from your talk is that concerning the charge lepton flavor violation, we can rely more on dedicated experiments than the general big LHC experiment.
Yeah, that's right. This is the advantage of this dedicated muon experiment is really, you focus on this, particular kinematics, so that they can use this abundant source of muons. it's going to be very hard for, this hadron colliders and so on.
Thank you once again, Toshinori. And now let us move to the next talk. The next speaker is Gudrun Hiller, and she will give a theoretical review on flavor physics. Gudrun, please. Okay.
Okay, yes. So thanks for the invite to report at ICHEP. I'm really happy to do so, although I would have really liked to come by and talk to everyone over coffee in person. So the subtitle of this talk is a little bit having fun with leptons, as you will see, as this is one of the main themes of 2020 flavor theory. So when one thinks about flavor, this is a very close analogy of how to explain flavor to also people from outside of the field. So we see three things. They're kind of related. I mean, they're all fruit. But if you look a little bit closer, they have somehow different shapes. They come in different colors, and they also come in different flavors. So somehow they are the same, yet they are not the same. And for the standard model leptons, the electron, the muon, and the tau, well, they are all the same. They're exactly the same from the point of view of the gauge interactions, but they differ in the mass. And this is a genuine flavor feature. And what makes the present anomalies that we are seeing in the B system so exciting is that they're actually touching this question. It's not just an anomaly, it's an anomaly that has links to the flavor puzzle, which is really underlying flavor physics. So in a nutshell, in the standard model, fermions, fundamental fermions, get their mass from a Yukawa coupling to the Higgs, and after spontaneous breaking of electroweak symmetry, the masses are generated. And these Yukawa couplings, they are ultimately in the standard model, the origin of all flavor. And what you see here are the Yukawa couplings in the standard model for the up-type quark here in the basis where the down-type quarks are diagonal, and for the charged lepton. So this is clearly, I would say, this is a peculiar structure. It's not order one numbers. The only natural number here is the top Yukawa. Then you see tiny numbers 10 to the -8. You see modest numbers, 7 per mil. There are signs, and there's also CP violation. So the one thing that one could conclude maybe, well, there's some hierarchy in it. And that maybe has an origin in a symmetry, but that is really room for model building, and there's no major convinced agreement in the community. So flavor is there because we have matter in representations under the gauge group, and they come in multiplicities of 3. And for the point of view of gauge interactions, they are all the same, but they are differing in mass. So in a sense, the flavor puzzle starts into yet another season, which was also covered by a talk in the parallels. So in flavor, we had 4 parallels, so it was really a big topic. And from the theory point of view, really it was still and again around the anomalies. So the anomalies that we are having at the moment, they are in where B meson decays, a B to S transition, a flavor changing neutral currents into dimuons, and combined with this, with the B to S gamma, this is what people call the global fit. So you measure B to S couplings into muons, and you assist them by B to S gamma, and then you can extract Wilson coefficients in a model independent way. You can constrain new physics, and this is a very elaborate task at the moment, because the experimentalists really are way beyond measuring branching ratios. They are measuring complicated angular distributions. It's in total, this is an angular distribution in 3 angles and 2 invariant mass squared. And this can be done with nice precision. So we are seeing deviations in these angular distributions just in the muons. But really is intriguing are these anomalies that that point to a breaking of lepton universality. So it would suggest that leptons are more different than we thought. So in the standard model, the only difference is their mass. If these anomalies in RK, RK star, RD, RD star, and so on, if they survive improved scrutiny, they will not just be indicate a breakdown of the standard model, they will indicate a breakdown of something that we took for granted and is hardwired in many models beyond the standard model. So RK is nothing, or RK star is nothing like a ratio of two branching ratios, B2S mu mu versus B2S EE, and there are deviations seen by the LHCb experiment. Individually around 2.5 sigma, but if you combine this and the trend really goes in a similar direction, this becomes stronger. There's also an anomaly in charged current modes, B2 charm transitions. This goes under the name RD, RD star. And what you are comparing here is not muons with electrons, you're comparing taus and muons in LHCb, and in the B factor experiments, it's taus and electrons and mu's. So there's also an anomaly in these data. So what we have new for a couple of months is the Koto anomaly of this signal for branching ratio K long pi 0 nu nu bar, which has also been discussed at this meeting. And because it also touches somehow physics with leptons, but different types of leptons, it's G-2. It's the anomalous magnetic moment of the electron and the muon. If you discuss them together, this is in the basket of flavor theory. So if you look at this list of anomalies, there's one common denominator. You would say, well, there's something not in agreement with the standard model that we see in low energy measurements, and it has something to do with leptons. It is not plainly lepton physics, because for the B physics anomalies, we observe these interesting features in rare meson decays, in quark decays, but it has something to do with leptons. So we also call them anomalies. That means they are not observations. And to move on here, we need improved data. That means better statistics, different types of measurements, which can serve as cross-checks, as sanity checks, control measurements. So one thing that is very important in this context is, of course, the angular distribution in B2SEE, the same one, I mean, the counterpart that we have already done with the muons, because at the moment you can say that, well, there's maybe new physics in the muons, but maybe not in the electrons. But to be really sure, you should cross-check the angular distribution in the dielectron final states. You can also look at different and other universality ratios with different types of mesons, and I understand this is already in the program. So from theory, okay, so how can theory contribute here? So of course, some of these ratios, they have a standard model background, and the better we know the standard model background, the better we can separate standard model from new physics. So that's part of a bigger program in theory to improve hadronic matrix elements on the lattice or other non-perturbative means, and it's not just these complicated objects, it's also that we need to be always up to speed with parametric input, CKM masses and CKM parameters and masses, so on, also covered at this meeting. So the next thing theory should work on, of course, is an interpretation. I mean, looking at these anomalies and asking the question, well, how can we explain this, taking this for serious? How can we explain this? And one way to do is to do it in a model-independent way. Use fits in effective theories in the weak effective theory, and now more with increasing intensity also in the standard model effective theory. And well, the final part, of course, is to construct VSM models that can address these anomalies, and then also propose collider searches. So if they are of electroweak origin, then these particles somehow should have contact to standard model degrees of freedom and should eventually have an imprint at colliders. So what theory should do is, okay, well, we should have proposals to test the standard model. We should investigate new physics, concrete extensions of the standard model. And what we would like to do, of course, is to progress ultimately also on this flavor puzzle. So what is really the origin of these peculiar pattern of masses and mixing parameters that we see? And what makes these present anomalies so intriguing is that they actually give directions for all of these more or less. And I think it's just not an anomaly, it's really something that we can learn from a lot, and we have already learned from a lot. So there's been vast discussions at this meeting. So I would like to point out two new results in this direction. And the first one is how to test a lepton universality or charged lepton flavor conservation in a new way, namely with dineutrino final states. So this sounds like doing the impossible, because dineutrinos, I mean, they are not reconstructed in collider experiments. Their flavor is usually not determined. So how can you test some flavor feature with something that you don't reconstruct? And that this is possible, I would like to talk about. And the second part I would like to discuss is that it's on G-2. Okay, but how to test universality, lepton universality with dineutrino modes. So I'm thinking very general about the quark transition in FCNC. It can be in the charm sector where we actually have done the analysis. So it could be a C to U nu bar transition. Okay, so and you need the language of the standard model effective theory. So a gauge invariant effective theory where you form vertices or operators out of standard model fields. And the new physics is at some scale sufficiently separated from the weak scale. So you can ask what type of fermion, four fermion operators which contribute to dineutrino modes exist at lowest order. And these are the ones here, and I'm highlighting here in this first term. So this is QQ bar and there's LL bar. I'm highlighting that this dimension 6 operator with a Wilson coefficient of CLQ1 is made out of quark and lepton fields. So it contributes at tree level to semi-leptonic, but also to dineutrino modes, because this is an SU2 language, and Q is a doublet field, so it has up and down type quarks. So it is an operator that induces decays of up type quarks, say charm, but also of down type quarks, say strange or Bs. And it has L, and L is nothing than the SU2 invariant multiplet that contains left-handed neutrinos and the charged lepton. So when we write down this object here, we have many vertices. We have predictions for dineutrinos and also for dileptons, and this observation already leads to the conclusions and to the new types of tests. So when you write down these four fermion operators into its components, up, down, neutrino, and lepton, you can identify the coefficients in front. And when we write down a C coefficients, it's for dineutrino modes, so it's the upper component of L. And when we write down the K coefficient, it's for the lower components for dileptons. And when you actually do this SU2 algebra, you find that coefficients for neutrinos in the up sector are equal to coefficients in the down sector with dileptons. Okay, this is something that follows from SU2. So you have a Wilson coefficient that contributes to dineutrino modes in charm, and it is identical by symmetry to a Wilson coefficient that contributes to a strange flavor changing neutral currents into dilepton. And this is, of course, the heart of the argument. And so what you do when you measure dineutrino branching ratios, you sum incoherently over all final states with different, these are the mass eigenstate, and you sum because you don't observe it. And you can write down this branching ratio in terms of the Wilson coefficients. So we just discussed Wilson coefficients. Okay, so the C's are for the dineutrinos, and they are in the up sector because this example is for a decay in the up sector. It's for charm to U, F, C, and C. And we have two of them, one for left-handed quark currents and one for right-handed quark currents. And the SU2 symmetry we just talked about holds for this first part for the left-handed quark current. So you have to do the sum. And a little bit more mathematical, you can write the sum as a trace over these Wilson coefficients. They are matrices in flavor space. They're matrices here in lepton flavor. They have two indices. You can write this as a trace, and then it looks a little bit more elegant, but it also means that the rotation from gauge to mass eigenstates becomes immaterial. So somewhere there's here the PMNS matrix, which we call here W, but because it's unitary, it drops out from this trace. Okay, so we have now this branching ratio in terms of a trace, and now you can use this SMEF, the standard model effective theory framework and gauge invariance, and you find that you can express these Wilson coefficients for C2U dineutrinos in terms of the one for the leptons, for strange to down and charged leptons. There's this PMNS matrix here around that drops out for them the trace. But because you are connecting the up and the down quark sector, there is also CKM, and this CKM misalignment is here. Starts at the Wolfenstein parameter at order lambda. And so this you can plug in. And then you have something you can measure, a branching ratio of a dineutrino mode in charm. And we have our trace expression, but you can rewrite this trace in terms of Wilson coefficients that you can probe with charged leptons up to a correction that you can make more precise, but that's kind of it. And this is a very powerful relation because, as I said, on the left-hand side, we have something that we can observe when we do charm physics, when we look for dineutrino modes. And on the right-hand side, we have expressions for something that we can probe with charged leptons. So on the left, we have the up sector, and on the right, we have also the up sector for this right-handed part. But we have also Wilson coefficient that we can probe in S to D transition, so in strange type F, C, and Cs. Okay, and this expression here, this actually can be put very concretely to work as we discussed. So this is again this relation, and it means when we have upper limits on these Wilson coefficients, the one KLD from the down sector and KR up from the charm sector, we can produce upper limits on branching ratios in the charm sector with dineutrinos. And we can investigate 3 different type of limits. If these Wilson coefficients, if they stem from models that are lepton universal, well, then these Wilson coefficients, they are diagonal in lepton flavor space, and they are proportional to the unit matrix. So these Ks, they are diagonal and they are all equal. That's lepton universality. And the other scenario that has been discussed even by the previous speaker is charged lepton flavor conservation. In this, if this holds, then these Wilson coefficients, this is a matrix in lepton flavor space, it's diagonal but it's not necessarily proportional to the unit matrix. And then, of course, all hell breaks loose when you leave this arbitrary, then you have lepton flavor violation and so on. And in this yes?
You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I'm approaching. Yes, thank you. So these three, this is not just mathematics. You can actually go to the recent literature, and there's been a stream of papers that extract these Wilson coefficients from Drell-Yan data. And extracting this from Drell-Yan data has the advantage that there's really no interference between different operators. So the constraints that you get for S to D on these case and for C to U on these case, they are shown in this table. So it means that for all types of finite states, we have limits. That means we can actually work out upper limits on branching ratio. So the first scenario is assuming lepton universality, you only look at EE, mu, mu, and tau, tau, and you immediately understand the muons have the strongest limit. So 3 times the muon upper limit sets the present upper limit on the dineutrino limits in assuming lepton universality. So you can work out concrete branching ratios, upper limit, assuming lepton universality, taking these muon bounds and multiplying them by 3, because after all you have to do the flavor sum, the flavor trace. Okay, and it means if we measure these branching ratios beyond, in excess of this upper limit, well, then lepton universality is broken. The next level, one can look at charged lepton flavor conservation. So we have to add electrons, muons, and taus, and well, this gives a somewhat larger limit. And if branching ratios are measured in excess of this upper limit, it means that charged lepton flavor conservation is broken. And even in the most general case, we get a model independent upper limit because all these entries are measured. So one comment, all these upper limits, they are data driven. So we get upper limits on dineutrino modes from studies in charged leptons. And of course, they will evolve with the charged lepton data. Okay, but it's a very concrete test. If branching ratios are in excess of a certain scenario, say lepton universality, this symmetry is broken. And you can work this out. The branching ratios are shown here, D2 pi, D2k, D2 pi pi, so also for lambda, so for baryon decays, and you will see that these branching ratio, they are not very small, so they're very suitable for Bell2 and other high luminosity facility with larger charm rates. Okay. So there's of course other possibility to test, I would say the more conventional one, to test lepton universality and charm by defining a ratio very much like RK and RK star. You do branching ratios with muons, you divide them by electrons, and you definitely have to take the same cut in both denominator and numerator to be able to do a precise test, because only if you do that, the standard model prediction is around unity. And this type of test actually can already, or has already been kind of performed, because LHCb has data on pi plus, pi minus, and muons, and BES3 has upper limits on the same modes with electrons. So when you do the ratio, you already get lower limits on this lepton universality test. Unfortunately, the condition that the same cuts have been used do not apply here, because BES has used a very low di-electron cut, which is below the possible region where muons can have phase space. So the standard model prediction is somehow skewed and therefore less model dependent. So you have to model then this effect. But in principle, this is already been done, first universality tests in charm. So my last comment is on the anomalous magnetic moments of the electron and the muon. So we have an anomaly in the muon that's very long-standing, 3.5 sigma, and we have the electrons that's not as strong, but really intriguing because they point in different directions. So the shift in the muon is positive and the shift in the electron is negative. And when you do the ratio, then it's really interesting because it doesn't scale as usual quadratic with the lepton mass. And so it's something that you would think is interesting for flavor. And there are many papers out that address these two anomalies simultaneously. And all except one, they invoke a violation, explicit violation of lepton universality or lepton flavor conservation. And the point I would like to make is that actually it doesn't need to be that exotic. You can accommodate these numbers if you have two mechanisms and you superimpose them. You don't have to break lepton universality. So sometimes people think this is a hint.
Gudrun, your time is over, so it will be.
Yes, I'm just discussing this and then I'm gone, okay? So you can add, if you have two mechanisms, one that scales quadratic in mass and you have one mechanism, say another diagram that scales linear in mass, and you superimpose them, you can reconstruct, you can accommodate the data. So the only point I wanted to make is you don't need to break lepton universality to explain both anomalous magnetic moments at the same time. And yes, you can read my summary. I'm very happy that I could give this talk. It's very exciting time for flavor. I would say it's broader than ever. It's not just B physics. It's B physics and kaon physics, and everybody talks. It brought these lepton universality anomalies brought together communities. So people from the neutrino community starts to talk to the B physics people, and I think it's a very good time. And let's keep fingers crossed that the anomalies will stay with us. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Thank you once again, Gudrun, for your very, very interesting and nice talk. We are late, but nonetheless, is there any question? Urgent question? Two participants. Okay, so let's go.
Hi, Gudrun, Ulrich here. When you set the limits on the D to pi and two neutrino decays, you're using results from Drell-Yan. Is there any prospect from looking at D to pi mu decays that they would set stronger constraints, or is it so much limited by the resonances that it's hopeless from that point of view?
So at the moment, the limits are kind of comparable, the muons and the from Drell-Yan and the muon limit that we have already from LHCb on D2 pi mu mu. So they are at the same level, and it's very reassuring that this is consistent. The reason why we used the Drell-Yan one is because when you take limits from rare charm decays, you have a couple of different type of operators that contribute to the branching ratios. And we wanted to exclude that possibility. So it's simpler. If you don't want to think about interferences, if you take Drell-Yan. If you want to discover new physics in low energy, in decays, in the dimuon decays, and you want to measure spectra and you want to do the same thing that we are doing now so happily in B physics, then you need the low energy measurement. You need to do it in charm decays.
Okay, thank you.
There was another question, it seems to me.
Yeah, hi, Gudrun. Nice talk. Thank you. I have a question about the K to pi nu bar. You didn't say much about this. Since NA62 made a new interesting measurement, can you actually extract already something about these meshed operators and the Wilson coefficients?
Well, I have to admit I'm not a complete expert on kaon physics, but I mean, I mean, I would have to say we are working on this. So it is a very interesting time that we have now these branching ratios that are so small, and nevertheless we have data on them. So the Koto anomaly is clearly an anomaly because it is so large. So I think it is interesting to look at, of course, to look into these kaon decays together. So the charged kaon 1 and the k long 1. And it is of course a very interesting question how this relates to any flavor symmetries. Okay, so stay tuned.
Thank you. Okay, I want to say that other questions can be asked through chat window. And now, thank you once again, Gudrun, for your talk. And we move now to the last talk of the session block. The speaker is Bogdan Malaescu, and he will speak about different aspects of the standard model, especially about the electroweak processes and the top quark physics.
Hello, everyone. I hope you also see the slides now and also the camera.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So it's an honor for me to give this report on the top and electroweak components of standard model on behalf of Atlas and CMS. This is really a very broad topic, and I will only be able to cover some recent highlights. Indeed, both experiments have performed measurements of numerous cross-sections for various final states, and these cross-sections cover over 15 orders of magnitude. Among the ones that I will present today, almost all of them are now performed with the full run-2 luminosity. This allows to test the standard model, and all this is possible due to the excellent reconstruction and calibration performance. And I can show here just some examples with the jet energy scale uncertainties at the sub% level and efficiency measurements for the muons with per mil level precision. To start the physics, I will first speak about vector boson scattering and vector boson fusion. You have here some examples of Feynman diagrams. First, for the ZZJJ final state, where you can see the electroweak contributions, which also involve the Higgs, which regularizes the cross sections at high energies in order to ensure unitarity. Then there are QCD contributions exemplified here for the same sign WW and the WZJJ, and also possible contributions from new physics. On the right-hand side, you can see examples of diagrams for the ZJJ final state, where you can see the electroweak and the QCD contributions. What characterizes these VBS-VBF topologies are really two energetic jets in the forward-backward regions. And then these jets generally have a high mass and also a large rapidity separation. In final states that are fully leptonic, there is also little hadronic activity between these two jets. In the measurements, we generally look at the electroweak plus QCD production, but we also use multivariate techniques in order to isolate the electroweak production. I will later show an example of a process that is purely electroweak. You have here a first example of event display from CMS with a WZJJ candidate, where you can see two muons compatible with a Z, an electron missing ET, and two jets in the forward region. Indeed, CMS has measured the same sign WW and the WZJJ through a simultaneous maximum likelihood fit for the two signal regions in order to extract the electroweak signal for the same sign WW, the electroweak signal for WZ, and also the QCD component for WZ. You have here the observed and expected significances for the electroweak productions, where CMS reached 6.8 sigma in the WZ channel and much more than 5 sigma for the same sign WW. Atlas also has two measurements performed with less luminosity, reaching 5.3 and respectively 6.5 sigmas for these two channels. Then CMS performed inclusive, differential, and absolute and normalized cross sections for a series of different variables, exemplified here for the dijet mass in the two different channels. And you can see generally good agreement between theory and data. Then the transverse mass of the WZ system was used in order to set limits on anomalous quartic gauge couplings. And this was done through an EFT approach. You can indeed see that this observable has sensitivity here at high mass. Recently, CMS has also looked at the polarization of the W bosons in the electroweak same sign WW. This polarization can be either longitudinal or transverse, and is correlated with the direction, therefore also with the transverse momentum of the Ws. BDT is used in order to distinguish between the different helicity states defined either in the center of mass of the WW system or in the center of mass of the initial state partners. This BDT uses variables like the delta phi separation between the jets, their transverse momenta, etc. And you can see here in these plots that the BDT score has really a different shape for the different polarization states. This is used in order to extract the fiducial cross-section that is summarized here in this table. In particular, for the longitudinal case, there is an upper limit, and when requiring only one of the bosons to be longitudinal, there is a 2.3 sigma found by CMS. Now, for the high Lumi LHC, there is really a high priority for distinguishing between these three helicity states, especially the longitudinal one, in order to probe the electroweak symmetry breaking, since the Higgs contributes, as I discussed earlier. Now, looking at the electroweak production in the ZZJJ final state, both Atlas and CMS have exploited the channel with 4 charged leptons, and Atlas also included the LL channel. The separation between the electroweak signal and the background is done through a multivariate discriminate in the case of Atlas and the matrix element likelihood for CMS. And in both cases, you can see the electroweak signal peaking here at high values of the discriminant. You have here the results for the observed and expected significances. Atlas has an observation of 5.5 sigma and CMS evidence at 4 sigma. These are converted into fiducial cross-section measurements, which are compatible with the corresponding standard model expectations. And with this, we can say now that all the VVJJ channels have now been observed. And here I refer to the heavy bosons. Looking at one example of vector boson fusion in the ZJJ final state, here Atlas performed the measurement of unfolded differential cross-sections for a series of different observables, exemplified here for the dijet mass. Atlas looked into both the inclusive measurement and also the electroweak component. The two are separated using information from an electroweak signal region and several control regions. A data-driven approach is used in order to estimate the strong component, and this is done on the beam-by-beam basis in order to avoid possible biases for the electroweak shape. And as you can see here, this result is now precise enough in order to distinguish between the state-of-the-art predictions. The measurement has been further exploited in order to perform an EFT interpretation. You can see here a -2 log likelihood scan as a function of the value of a Wilson coefficient, and you can see how changing this parameter changes the expected shape for the delta phi separation between the two jets. And this is exploited in order to evaluate limits on this parameter. Now at the LHC, we also exploit the high charge of the lead ions in order to use them as photon sources. And when these ions pass nearby, they interact, and those photons interact through loop diagrams, which is a pure quantum effect. And then one sees 2 energetic photons in the detector. We already had strong observation for this kind of phenomenon. And recently, Atlas also performed the differential cross-section measurements, exemplified here as a function of the diphoton mass. Atlas also looked into the photon production of dilepton pairs, this time in proton-proton collisions, where at least one of the protons stays intact. It is therefore reconstructed by AFP, a detector situated about 220 meters away from the center of the Atlas detector. The main challenge here is the alignment of this detector. Once this is done, one can compute the fractional proton energy loss with the information from AFP. This information can also be derived from the reconstructed leptons in the Atlas detector, and comparing the two values, one can see a nice peak here. The background is evaluated through a data-driven approach, and we now have observation with significances of about 10 sigmas or more for both the electron and the muon channel. Also, Atlas performed now the first proton tagged cross-section measurement in a reduced phase space, and you have here the values of the fiducial cross-sections for the two channels. CMS looked for light-by-light production in proton-proton collisions, this time with the protons being tagged by totem. The same kinematic constraints as discussed earlier are used in order to suppress background from Paula. You see here the diphoton mass distribution at high mass with good agreement between data and expectation. This is used in order to set an upper limit on the light-by-light fiducial cross-section, and it is also used in order to set limits on possible quartic photon couplings defined by this Lagrangian here. And you can see the result in this 2D plane plot here. Atlas also looked for the photo-induced production for WW pairs, and as announced earlier, this is a pure electroweak process allowing to study the corresponding vertices. Here the protons radiate an ISR photon and they either stay intact or they dissociate. Here they are not tagged with AFP. The signal reconstruction is based on requiring an mu pair of opposite sign charge and no tracks near the lepton vertex, as you can see here. And this is really quite a challenging requirement in this kind of busy environment. In addition, one applies a cut on the transverse momentum of the lepton pair, and this is a MET proxy that actually defines the signal region. The main background originates from the QCD-induced WW events with no extra tracks. And the central challenge here comes from the physics modeling of events with few or no tracks. And for that, a series of different corrections are being applied. You see here the signal strength with respect to the prediction corresponding to a significance of 8.4 sigma for this process. And you also have here the value of the corresponding fiducial cross-section. Atlas also looked recently into the 4-lepton final state. You have here the mass distribution for the 4-lepton system where you can nicely see the Z and the Higgs peaks. This spectrum is split into various mass regions and numerous distributions are measured into each of these. And I show here an example of the transverse momentum of the dilepton system measured in one of these regions. This measurement is also used in order to measure the branching ratio of Z to 4 leptons that you can see here, and it is compatible with the expectation from theory. Moving now towards top physics, I will show first a couple of examples where the TT-bar pairs are used as tag and probe. And here, indeed, CMS has looked for rare W decays into pi gamma. Here, a leptonic top decay is used as a tag, and on the probe side, isolated pion and photon are being required. The signal background discrimination is done using a BDT. You can see here one track-based variable which has sensitivity, and also you can see here the discrimination power for the BDT. In the end, it is the mass of the pi gamma system that is being used. Here one sees good agreement between data and expectation. And this allows indeed to set an upper limit on the branching function of W to pi gamma. Here, the theoretical calculations really span a broad range for this branching ratio. With the same tag and probe approach, Atlas has measured the ratio of branching ratios of W to tau nu and W to mu nu. This allows to probe the universality of the W coupling to charged leptons, therefore a fundamental property of the standard model. Here, dilepton TT-bar events provide a sample of probe Ws where the triggering is done on the lepton from the opposite side. One distinguishes between prompt muons and muons originating from tau decays using the transverse momentum of the muon and also the distribution of the transverse impact parameter of the muon. The ratio is derived using a profile likelihood fit to the 2D plane of these two variables. And you can see here a slice of the transverse impact parameter, a distribution of the transverse impact parameter in a restricted PT range. The result shows good agreement between the E-mu and mu-mu channels, and you see here the final result in agreement with the standard model expectation within the best precision achieved up to now. CMS also has a related measurement which is consistent with lepton universality. Moving now to pure top physics, even if we work at a top factory, the LHC, some events are rare. And I have here an example of 4 top candidate event with a muon, an electron, 7 jets, out of which 4 are betact. Indeed, Atlas has now evidence for that 4 top process, which is rare in standard model, and it's also sensitive to the top Yukawa coupling. It is also sensitive to beyond the standard model physics, since it reaches high energy scales. The selection is based on lepton charge and multiplicity, high jet multiplicity, at least 2 betact jets, and also a BDT for a signal background discrimination. A profile likelihood fit is used to discriminate between the signal and the background. And you have here a BDT distribution post-fit showing good agreement between data and Monte Carlo, with the signal picking here. And also B-jet multiplicity distribution showing also good agreement between data and Monte Carlo. This is in a signal enhanced region. The background is derived either in situ or through Monte Carlo, and you have here the significance of 4.3 sigma observed by Atlas, the corresponding cross-section somewhat larger than the standard model expectation. CMS also has 2.6 sigma observed for this process. TT bar, Atlas recently measured the TT bar cross-section in the fully hadronic final state. And this was done fiducially and in the full phase space, both inclusively and also unfolding simple and double differential distributions. Here one benefits from the fact that the final state is fully reconstructed, and one also includes information on the extra jets in the variables that are being considered. A chi-square discriminant is used in order to reduce the combinatorics, and the data-driven approach is used to estimate the dominant multi-jet background. As a result, there's good agreement between the predictions and the measurement for the inclusive fiducial cross-sections. Monte Carlos also describe well the angular properties more consistently than the energy scaling. And you can see here an example of ratio between the PT of the leading extra jet and the PT of the leading top, where the P values start to be as low as 1%. The agreement is even less good when looking at 2D distributions, like the PT of the TT bar pair in bins of jet multiplicity. Here, generally, the p-values are smaller than 1%, except for POEG plus Herwig 7, where it is 14%. Qualitatively, this result is consistent with the lepton plus jets and the boosted hadronic measurements in the overlapping regions. CMS measured the boosted TT bar cross-section in the lepton plus jet and dual hadronic channels. This is done both fiducially and for the full phase space. The boosted tops are reconstructed using larger jets in the hadronic channels and smaller jets for the lepton plus jet channels. The tagging is done using N subjettiness, and a data-driven approach is used for the multi-jet background. You have here two examples of differential cross-sections as a function of the mass and transverse momentum of the TT bar pairs. In this absolute cross-section here, you can see that there are normalization differences of about 30%, whereas in general, the shape of the distributions agree. Atlas also has a fully hadronic boosted measurement. CMS measured the TT bar cross-section also with additional jets and B-jets. And this is important for studies of the TTH production. This study was done both for the dilepton and the lepton plus jet decay modes. Here also a kinematic fit is used to remove combinatorics, and the signal is extracted using a 2D maximum likelihood fit using bit-tagging discriminant variables. And you have here one example of the bit-tagging discriminant for the first additional jets. This is done in the 2D plane with such observable for the first and second additional jets. Here one extracts the TTJJ cross-section and the ratio between TTBB and TTJJ. And you can see these two. Yes.
You have 7 minutes, including questions.
Thank you. Yes, you see here the results at the bottom, which are in agreement with the standard model expectation. Then an extrapolation to the full phase space is performed, and you can see here the comparison with the theory. And here, in addition, you also have the fully hadronic result. Atlas also has measurements for TT bar plus jets, both fiducially and differentially. Atlas studied recently the TT bar plus photon production cross-sections in the EMU channel. This measurement is done fiducially at parton level. A profile likelihood fit to the scalar sum of transverse momenta is used, and you can see this distribution here with nice data Monte Carlo agreement. You have here the value of the fiducial cross-section, which is with a precision of about 6%. This is compatible with the theoretical expectation, which also has a similar precision. Then Atlas performed unfolded, absolute, and normalized differential cross-section measurements for a series of different variables. You have here, as an example, the transverse momentum of the photon, its rapidity distribution. Here, the agreement between data and theory is reasonable with quite large p-values. Then you have an example of the delta phi separation between the two leptons, where the p-values are generally smaller, except for the NLO theoretical prediction, which has a p-value of 76%. Moving now to TTZ final states, you have here an event display from Atlas with 2 muons compatible with a Z, 1 extra muon, 1 electron, and 2 B jets plus missing ET. Indeed, Atlas performed a cross-section measurement, both inclusively and differentially unfolded to both the particle and the parton level. This is sensitive to the coupling between the top and the Z. This study focuses on the most sensitive channels, the 3 lepton and 4 lepton ones. The inclusive cross-section is derived with a profile likelihood fit on several signal regions and on control regions for the WZ and ZZ plus jets backgrounds. You have here the value of the measured cross-section with a precision of about 10%, compatible with the theoretical prediction, which also has here a similar precision. Then for the differential measurements, you have here an example for the PTZ variable at particle level, and then at parton level, the delta phi separation between TT bar and the Z. In general, you see reasonable agreement between data and theory, and this measurement also is still statistics dominated. Moving now to top properties, CMS has measured the top Yukawa couplings for the TT bar kinematic distributions. This is measured in the dilepton channel with cuts being applied to suppress the Drell-Yan background. Then for the theory, electroweak corrections corresponding to these kind of diagrams are being applied, and here the Higgs can contribute. The observables being used here is the mass of the BL pairs and also their rapidity separation. These are proxies to the TT bar without being impacted by the missing neutrinos, and as you can see here, they are sensitive to the Yukawa. A 2D profile likelihood fit to the plane of these variables is being performed, and you can see here a good agreement post-fit between data and Monte Carlo. You have here the value of the Yukawa coupling and the corresponding confidence interval extracted from a likelihood scan. And this study is complementary to the direct measurements, which nowadays have precisions at the level of 12% or so. CMS also extracted the CKM matrix element, considering the single top production in the T channel. You have here some representative diagrams with the CKM matrix elements entering the production and decay vertices. The production rates are measured in the E and the mu channel. And here also maximum likelihood fit for several event categories is being performed. These categories are based on the lepton flavor and jet and B-jet multiplicity. Then several observables are being considered. And you have here, for example, the lepton plus jet masses and also the missing VT. Assuming standard model and therefore unitarity, one finds this lower limit for VTB and an upper limit for the quadratic sum between VTD and VTS. Finally, CMS has implemented a novel EFD approach, which is a step towards global electroweak fit. This analysis targets single top and TT-bar production in association with W, Z, or Higgs. And the final state is characterized by B-jets and several jet multiplicities. The signal yield is parameterized as a function of the relevant Wilson coefficients defined by this kind of matrix element. And then for the fit event categories are based on the number of leptons, number of jets, and number of B-jets, as you can see here in this plot. 95% confidence intervals are extracted for the Wilson coefficients shown here in this plot. This is done both fixing some of the fixing the other Wilson coefficients to their standard model value or letting them free in the plot. You have both results here. Now to conclude, the large luminosity collecting during the run 2 of the LHC allows ATLAS and CMS to indirectly study the electroweak symmetry boson breaking in boson scattering, to study high energy photon collisions, to produce heavy states like the 4 tops, and also to use TT-bar events both for precision measurements and for tag and probe studies. All this allows really to test fundamental aspects of the standard model, and also now we start studying its EFT-based extensions. And you can see much more on all these results and this amazing program in this link here from the parallel session. And with this, I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Bogdan, for your excellent talk. And now we have time for an urgent questions, please. I cannot see raised hands. Oh, yes, there is. Please.
I'm sorry, I could not hear anything.
Hello, can you hear me?
Please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, David, yes.
Yes.
Yes, hello, Bogdan, nice talk. I had a question on the gamma gamma to WW, slide 13. Do you set any limit, this is an ATLAS analysis, do you set any limits on anomalous quartic gauge couplings? Because with in CMS, we did it in the first measurement 7 years ago, in the first, I think we had evidence of the process. No, it's one sigma, sorry. We set the upper limits on the cross-section of the anomalous quartic gauge couplings. Do you have any such upper limits from this measurement, gamma gamma WW?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think this was not done yet, but of course, I mean, the data will be public and this can be done. I might be mistaken. I will double check this for the discussion in the afternoon, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you.
So there are no other questions. We are late. So thank you, Bogdan, once again, and thank you also to all other speakers in this session. And now there is a coffee break.
Thank you.
Or maybe announcement from organizers.
Okay, I think it's time to start the session. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the Plenary Beyond the Standard Model session. My name is Jan Kalinowski. I'm a theorist working at the University of Warsaw, and it's my great pleasure and honor to chair this session. We will have 3 talks, 25 minutes each, including the discussion. And the first talk is by Cristina Botta from University of Zurich, and she will talk about supersymmetry searches. Okay, Cristina, the screen is yours.
Okay, I hope you can hear me well and see the full screen slides. Thank you. So it's a pleasure for me to be here presenting you today an overview on the current status of searches for supersymmetry at the ATLAS and CMS collaboration. So I can't go. Okay. So supersymmetry is still today the most attractive theory model that could potentially solve many of the shortcomings of the standard model. We know it's a very compelling theory which demands the presence of partners for all the standard model particles, but it can provide a dark matter candidate if also another symmetry of the theory is conserved, which is the so-called R parity. And R parity guarantees a stable light supersymmetric particle. And so if we choose it to be the neutral candidate of the extended electroweak sector, then we have a perfect WIMP. It can also solve the hierarchy problem and make the theory natural if the states that are involved in solving the problems can be found at the weak scales. So for SUSY to solve the hierarchy problem, we have upper limits on the masses of Xenos, tops, quarks, and gluinos, and can predict the standard model forces unification at the highest scale. So searching for supersymmetry in proton-proton collision has always meant searching for final states with large missing transverse energy. This because if R parity is conserved, the particles are produced in pairs and then they decay into the LSPs. So we have final states with massive undetectable particles on both legs. So you can imagine that searching for this type of signatures can become a potential mess if we consider that SUSY can accommodate many different particle mass spectra. So for this reason, since the beginning of the LHC Run 2, both experiments have adopted the simplified model approach, meaning that when we design our searches, we focus on a few new particles at the time. So for example, we concentrate on the production of light quarks, and on the only decay mode that we have, if we assume that the light quarks are the next light supersymmetric particles, and all the other particles are much heavier. So these are the SUSY production cross-section we have to deal with at 13 TeV. So we immediately see that the cross-section fall as a rock with the particle masses as expected, that the strong sector featured the largest cross-section given that it's gluon induced, and then the production of charginos and neutralinos and leptons have instead much lower cross-section given that it happens through weak force. So the search tools we have are the ATLAS and CMS detector, which have proven since quite some time to be perfectly capable to conduct these searches. And the proof lies in this type of plots that have already been presented before. Here, there's the one from the CMS collaboration, where we compare the measurements with several predictions for many standard model processes. And these plots also tell us that we have finally reached the sensitivity to very rare standard model processes that have that feature the same production cross-sections as the SUSY one that I've just shown you. And we have obtained this thanks to more and more advanced background reduction techniques developed in the past years, and also thanks to the large data set that now we have in our hands, which is 140 inverse femtobarn at 13 TeV. So the standard strategy that we have been using to separate the SUSY signal from the huge standard model background is pretty straightforward. So we demand the presence of multiple energetic objects in the final state. Then we determine some suitable kinematic variables, of course, the missing transverse energy, but also variables related to it, like the transverse masses, or simply the HT, which is the scalar sum of the selected objects in the final state. And then what we do is counting events in the tails. This is because all of the standard model backgrounds we have, all the kinematic variables that have dimensions of masses would fall much more rapidly than what happened in signal processes. This simple strategy comes with important experimental challenges because it's particularly complicated to estimate the backgrounds in these states due to detector effects, but also due to the fact that it's complex to predict from theory the modeling of these backgrounds in these extreme regions of the phase space. So in order to overcome these problems, we rely as much as possible on data contour regions to normalize our background predictions. Here, for example, we have the missing transverse energy distribution in a contour region that targets events with the photons and multiple jets. So here the missing transverse energy simply come from the mismodeling, the mismeasurement, of the other objects in the final state. So it's particularly complicated to have a precise prediction from simulation. So what is it like searching for SUSY at LAC in 2020? So first of all, both experiments are updating their standard searches to the full dataset. And as it will be shown in this talk, we are currently excluding most of the region of the parameter space where SUSY can give us both naturalness and dark matter and unification. And before relaxing the assumption though, and staying with these very attractive scenarios, we have designed new analysis strategy, especially in the past 1 or 2 years, to target the remaining corners where this can still happen. These corners are characterized mostly by compressed mass spectra, which feature final states with much lower missing transverse energy and soft and or displaced objects. So we have much lower acceptance to these final states, given that there are much more challenges from the experimental point of view. On the other hand, we are accepting to give up on dark matter, designing R parity violating SUSY searches. Here we don't have a stable LSP, so we don't have missing transverse energy in the final state. And sometimes the RPV couplings are so small that we have long-lived particles and therefore display signatures in our detector. We're also accepting to give in another direction, which is the direction where we give up on naturalness and we start searching for split SUSY, which is a theory that became pretty famous in the past years. It provides dark matter and unification, but it leaves us with the fine tuning. In this theory, fermions are up in the sky, like at hundreds of TeV, while we keep the electroweakinos and the gluinos at the weak scale. So searching for split SUSY at LAC now means searching for those accessible electroweakinos or gluinos, which will decay through Evis fermions, giving rise to displaced signatures again in our detectors. So in order to provide you an overview on the current status of these searches in all these directions, I've chosen few particular examples, either from Atlas or CMS. So for the detailed presentation, instead of on all the most recent Atlas and CMS analysis, I direct you to the very comprehensive and interesting talk that happened in the past days. So let's start with the gluinos that features, as we said, the highest production cross-section. So these are the simplified models that we usually use to design our searches. The gluinos are the next to lightest supersymmetric particles and they decay into the LSP through virtual squarks. Atlas and CMS have designed many searches targeting final states with multiple jets and large missing transverse energy to target these signals. And these searches features many signal regions that are designed to target different particle mass spectra and different background composition. Here we have an example from a legacy round 2 results from the CMS collaboration, where the signal regions are defined binning the phase space using the number of jets, the number of V jets, the HT, and the missing HT, which is the missing transverse energy computed out of the selected jets in the final state. And these observed results are used to extract these exclusion contours in the plane defined by the masses of the gluino and the masses of the LSP. And we see that we are excluding in the less compressed region of the parameter space, gluinos up to 2 TeV or 2.2 TeV if we assume that the decays happen via virtual top squarks. We also see that the limit gets more relaxed in the more compressed region of the parameter space down to 1.2 TeV. And let's see what happens if we consider just the model next door, meaning that if we assume that also the charginos are available. Here we have designed searches that adds to the presence of jets and missing transverse energy, either a single light lepton isolated, electron or muons, or we tag the presence of an hadronically or leptonically decaying Z. And we have here brand new results from the from the Atlas collaboration in the single lepton final state. We have several signal regions that are used in order to target different signal kinematics that here will depend on the masses of the gluino, of the chargino, and of the LSP. And the leptons are selected with the transverse momentum down to 6 or 7 GeV for muons and electrons in order to target a mass splitting between the charginos and the LSP of the order of few tenths of GeV, which is what would happen in a Xeno-LSP scenario. So if we assume that the chargino are halfway between the masses of the gluinos and the LSP, we have these exclusion contours from the Atlas search, which excludes again gluinos up to 2.2 TeV, and the limit gets relaxed in the more compressed region. Indeed, this more compressed region is more complex because there the signal is more standard model background-like. But nevertheless, there are peculiar topologies where this region is accessible. For example, if we consider the model that I've just introduced before, but under the assumption that we have a Vino LSP, then the mass splitting between the chargino and the neutralinos is of the order of hundreds of MeV. So in this situation, the chargino is long-lived and it will decay in a soft pion and the neutralino. The soft pion is lost in our detector, and what we are left with is a disappearing track in our inner tracking systems. And the identification of this disappearing track can help to drastically reduce the background and allow CMS to cover this compressed region of the parameter space with this signal model. So the next question is if the top squares can still be light. So when we consider the direct production of NLSP top squarks, their decay modes into the LSP can be different according to the mass splitting. If the mass splitting is larger than the mass of the top, we have a simple two-body decay with on-shell tops in the final state. And here, both collaborations have designed searches that make great use of hadronic top taggers and that exploit the fact that in the boosted regime, can use large radius jets and the subtractor techniques properties in order to keep high efficiency on the top tagging, even if when its decay products get merged. So in this region, we will see that the limits on the top squarks masses are pretty stringent, while the situation is pretty different in the compressed region. Here, the dominant decay is the four-body decay into very soft B quarks and fermions. And in order to target these very challenging final states, Atlas and CMS have designed in the past years dedicated analysis strategies which target final events where there's an ISR jet that boosts this particle pair system in order to have enough visible energy in the final states to at least trigger on these events. And then they reduce the backgrounds tagging very soft B jets with dedicated soft B tagging techniques, or identifying very soft leptons down to 3.5, 4 GeV. So this is the results of the full hadronic search from Atlas. We have several signal regions that target the different decay modes that I've just discussed. So we start from signal regions that count the numbers of hadronically decaying tops and Ws to signal regions that combine ISR with soft B tagging. And putting all this together, this is the exclusion contour of the Atlas collaboration, which excludes top squarks up to 1.2 TeV in the less compressed region of the parameter space, while stops can be as light as 600 GeV more or less in the more compressed region. And we can clearly see the increase in sensitivity in this very compressed part of the parameter space, thanks to the experimental developments that I've discussed previously. These decay modes can be targeted also in the single lepton final states or dilepton final states, requiring the Ws to decay leptonically. In the single lepton, the compressed region is targeted with an ISR jet, soft B tagging, and the tag of a soft electron or muon, while in the dilepton search, we have the presence of an ISR jet and an opposite sign pair of electrons or muons. If the blue contour here is the results of the full hadronic search from Atlas, the orange one is the results from the single lepton search, and the violet one is the brand new results from the dilepton search. And we can see that the leptonic searches nicely complements the sensitivity of the full hadronic one, mostly in the compressed regions. For what concerns the on-shell tops part, here there's an extensive use, as I said, of hadronic top taggers, and CMS has recently implemented the usage of hadronic top taggers that makes use of deep neural network techniques, both for the resolved or the merged scenarios, and these taggers have been implemented in the corresponding single lepton search by the CMS collaboration. So the next chapter is the direct production of electroweak kinos. We have said that the electroweak sector features much lower cross-sections, so we have sensitivity to lower particle masses. And so for this reason, full hadronic final states can't be used. They are too much standard model-like. So the searches are performed in multi-lepton final states. So in principle, we can have any Vino Higgsino mass hierarchy, but the production cross-section for Vino-like Chargino-Neutralino is the highest. So these are the models that we usually refer to when designing our searches. Chargino-Neutralino Vino-like, which would decay into into ZW or Higgs W, or Higgsino-like production, which would decay into ZZ or Higgs Z, but in this case, we consider massless LSP in order to cope with the much lower cross-section for Higgsino-like production. So this is a brand new results from the from the CMS collaboration, where we tag one leptonically decaying Z with IPT leptons. We use dilepton triggers, and therefore we can assess a moderate regime in terms of missing transverse energy. And then we design search regions where, in addition to the leptonically decaying Z, we require either an hadronically decaying Z or W, both in the resolved or in the boosted regime, or an Higgs boson, which decays into a pair of B quarks. And putting together the observation in all these signal regions, we have these exclusion contours. We start from the one on the right, where the Vino NLSP assumption brings us to exclude Charginos up to 750 GeV in the non-compressed region. And this is the most stringent exclusion limit we have on Charginos as of today. Yes?
5 minutes left for your talk.
Okay, thank you. And this compressed region is not targeted by this search because it requires a non-shell Z. So the question now is if we can still have light electroweak kinos. And the answer is yes, but in compressed spectra. And compressed spectra are particularly interesting from in electroweak sector because they are very highly motivated by theory. So we can have here these two configurations. So in the first one, we have Vino NLSP separated by a few tenths of GeV from the Vino LSP. And this scenario is motivated by Vino co-annihilation. Or we can have Higgsino LSP. The Higginos are by structure separated by a few tenths of GeV. And so this is a configuration where the Higgino can still be lighter than 300 GeV and meet the naturalness requirements. So to target this configuration, Atlas and CMS have designed searches which target final states with very off-shell W and Z boson with two opposite signs, same flavor, or three soft electrons and muons plus an ISR jet. And these red contours in this first plot gives us the exclusion contour from the soft trilepton search from Atlas, which excludes Vino-like Charginos up to 250, 300 GeV down to very small mass splitting. And only the two lepton opposite sign search is sensitive to Higginos LSP. So now we are extending the lep limits. We are excluding Higginos up to 200 GeV for a max splitting of 10 GeV. This tells us that we are now sensitive to light Higginos, but there's still a lot of space for Higginos to be light. The rarest process, let's say, is the production of leptons. So here we consider the degenerate production of the scalar partners of the left and right-handed partners of electrons and muons. And the new results of CMS with IPT leptons, electrons, and muons exclude leptons up to 700 GeV in the non-compressed region, while the soft opposite sign, same flavor leptons from Atlas that I've just discussed exclude leptons in the compressed region up to 230 GeV. Finally, the most hardest one is the search for direct stall production, because here we have even lower signal acceptance, because we have to apply very tight identification requirements or tight requirements on the transverse momentum of the hadronically decaying taus in order to reduce the large background from jets to tau misidentification. Nevertheless, thanks to the very important improvements that we had in the past years on hadronic tau identification and the large data set, both experiments have recently reached sensitivity to direct tau production. So I will conclude saying a few words on RPV and split SUSY searches. If we stay in the prompt regime, the searches for full hadronic RPV final states are much harder than those in R priority conserving modes. So for this reason, we have limits on squarks and gluinos that are less stringent with respect to what we have in the R priority conserving scenario that I've discussed so far. The situation is completely different in the leptonic sector, here, especially therefore in the electroweak sector. Here, thanks to the fact that we might have more leptons and no missing transverse energy, we have even cleaner final states, and therefore the limits are much more stringent. There's a good example from Atlas, brand new results which target VINO, NLSP, and BINO LSP in RPV scenario, with a search that now targets final states with even more than 4 leptons, electrons, muons, or taus. And here, according to if we are in a scenario with the announced presence of taus or depleted presence of taus, we can have exclusion of charginos even up to 1.2 or 1.6 TeV. Displaced objects instead are used to target both RPV and mini-split SUSY scenarios, as for what I've said before. And CMS has designed a full run-to search that makes use of these jets in order to target RPV top squarks or gluinos that decay through heavy squarks. The details of this type of searches will be discussed in the next talk by Viviana Cavaliere, but I just want to stress that when we are targeting long-lived squarks or long-lived gluinos, then our limits are much more stringent. And I conclude saying that Atlas and CMS are providing legacy run-to results. In addition to the nice plots that you have seen before, we are also providing reinterpretation-friendly results, and you have details in these links here. The standard searches have highly constrained R priority conserving natural SUSY in the bulk, as we have discussed. But in the past years, we have designed searches to cover the difficult corners where SUSY can still be light. And thanks to the current data set and the developments in background reduction techniques, we have now reached sensitivity to compressed gluinos, compressed top squarks, light Higgsinos, and direct tau production. So what we need now is a very high statistical power data set in order to be able to cover all the allowed parameter space before giving up on the presence of SUSY at the weak scale. So for this reason, there's intense activity both in Atlas and in CMS to prepare the LAC round 3 data taking and to work on the detectors upgrades for high luminosity LAC to still be able to perform the same searches or even extended searches in the future at 200 pileup. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this nice and comprehensive review of experimental searches for SUSY particles. Now we have time for a few questions. So please raise your hand if you want to ask a question. You can always ask a question via chat or Mattermost platform. I don't see any questions, so maybe I will ask a question because you discussed those searches within essentially minimal standard supersymmetric model. But from the theoretical point of view, there is a growing interest in going beyond the minimal SUSY like Dirac type gauginos and R symmetric and so on. Are there any analysis done along these lines now, or you plan to do it in future?
So in general, what we are trying to do, and for example, I have some ideas here. So what we are trying to do, of course, is, so it starts from this simplified model approach where we try to design the most inclusive searches as possible. And then we move to more exclusive searches where dedicated signatures can be more helpful to enrich sensitivity to particular models. So, for example, gauge-mediated supersymmetry models or others are targeted in final states with multiple photons or final states with the Z, Higgs, and TOPS if we assume that the decay chain is much longer. So we believe that our simplified models approach still provides sensitivity to all possible signatures that we could imagine, but in order to increase sensitivity, we are also designing dedicated searches for peculiar models that goes beyond the minimal supersymmetric models. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I don't see any hands raised. So let's thank Cristina again. And the next speaker is Viviana Cavaliere from Brookhaven. She will talk about exotic searches. It's nice to see her because of some problems with power on the east coast of the US, but she was able to connect. So please, the screen is yours.
So the webcam is not working, so I apologize, but I think that I cannot do more than just...
we want to see the screen.
Yeah, okay. So
20 minutes, +5 for discussion.
Okay, so thanks everybody. So I will be presenting today the latest result on exotic searches on behalf of the Atlas CMS and LHCb collaboration, dreaming of bringing in Prague, of course. So first of all, why do we look for new physics? We know that the standard model is an extremely successful theory, but it still leaves many questions unanswered. So for example, why the same number of generations for lepton and quarks? What is dark matter? Why is the mass of the Higgs so low, leading to this hierarchy problem? And I want you to remember this particular question because they will be the guiding lines through my talk, since I cover a lot of things. So all these questions are really lead us to think that there is a more fundamental theory in which the standard model is a low energy approximation. And there are many extensions of the standard model that try to solve these questions. So from the experimental point of view, what we can do is cover all the possible signatures and try to be ready for the unexpected, try to be as model independent as possible using benchmark models only to test the significance of the searches. We can look for extremely high masses events. We can look for really exotic models with new interaction, quarks and leptons, or for example, unconventional signature. And given that we have a lot of luminosity available now, we can explore new analysis techniques to really boost the discovery potential. So there were several results presented at this conference, so it's impossible to cover them all. And I will only focus on some very recent or brand new results. So let's start from resonances. These are really the most easy way to look for new phenomena because you will look for a bump over a smooth falling background. So these are very model independent searches. And in particular, let's look at first at the search for boson resonances. So here we are targeting resonances that go from 100 GeV to multi-TeV resonances in different BSM scenarios to answer the question that I mentioned on the first slide. If the mass of this particle is very high, then the decay products of the W, the Higgs, or the Z are collimated. So that means that we need new techniques to actually reconstruct this object. So we are living in dense environment, and so the object performance is really critical. So, for example, if we are trying to reconstruct this type of event where you have a W that decays to 2 quarks, we need to a larger R-jet to pick up all the radiation of the event. CMS, for example, uses particle flow jet that already combine the information from the calorimeter and the tracking system. And Atlas has developed these new track calor clusters that do exactly this, just in a slightly different way, combining the information from the calorimeter and using the superior angular resolution of the tracker. If you have then a Higgs that decays to BB, so for example, in Atlas, what we were doing before is matching like small RR jet that were B-tagged to larger radius jets. This breaks down at IPT. As you can see, this is the efficiency as a function of the Higgs jet PT, breaks down because because the B hadrons overlap at very high PT. So we switched to variable R track jets, which basically the PT of the radius is PT dependent, or this center of mass jet, where basically you first boost to the Higgs frame to reconstruct the two subjects. And you can see that in both cases, we are able to recover the efficiency. And CMS, for example, uses this deep neural network, which takes the information on the tracks and the secondary vertices and is applied to either a smaller jet or a larger jet. So then using these techniques, both the CMS and the Atlas collaboration provided updated the result. So this is on VH resonances. The first one is from CMS, and it looks at the semi-leptonic decays. So you have from one side the Z that can decay to 2 leptons or to 2 neutrino, leading to large emissivity. And on the other side, you have the Higgs that decays to BB bar. So the strategy, as I mentioned, is the same. So you look for the invariant mass of the system, and the background is smooth falling. In this case, CMS fits with a function of the background, and you look for a peak. In particular, this analysis that uses the jet sideband to constrain this function. So they are able to set very stringent limits, which are shown here in absence of an excess. For a Z prime that decays to ZH. And in particular, this analysis shows for the first time the VBF production is included, which has a much lower cross-section, and it's very interesting, for example, for run 3. Atlas also looked at the same final state, so 0 and 2 lepton and 2B jets. And here the TCC jet, which I mentioned before, and the VR track jets are used. So here is, for example, shown the transverse mass of the VH system. This is because in the 0 lepton, you cannot reconstruct the full mass. And you see how a signal would look like here. And in absence of this, the limits are set again for a Z prime that decays to ZH. And in this case, there is the line in red that you see is the corresponding result at 36 inverse femtobarn, and we gain about a factor of 2 in sensitivity beyond just the the luminosity, thanks to these techniques that were used. And Atlas has also a new result on a photon, on a search for resonances that decay to a photon plus a Higgs that decays to BB. These analysis uses TCC jet to reconstruct the larger jet from the Higgs and the COM jets to actually tag the B tag jet. And again, looks for a bump over this smooth falling background. So this is the mass of the jet plus photon system, and no excess is seen, so limits are set for a Z prime that decays to H gamma. And in this case, if you compare to what we were seeing in 36 inverse femtobarn, we gain about a factor of 7 or 10 in sensitivity beyond the luminosity just by using these new techniques. So moving then to down basically the list of questions, we can look, for example, at models with new quarks and, for example, lepton flavor violation. So we can look, for example, for leptoquarks that appear in many BSM models to answer the question, why the same number of generation for lepton and quarks? And there is a reinitiated interest in these leptoquarks motivated by the B anomalies. So for these leptoquarks, you can have a pair production, which is a strong production, and a single production, which is dominated by this coupling lambda. That's the coupling between the leptoquark and the lepton and quark. So here Atlas has 2 new results. One that looks for the pair production of leptoquarks that decays to top and tau. And this is the first dedicated analysis in Atlas. And depending, of course, on how the top decays, you can have different final state. But there is always at least 1 lepton in the event and 1 hadronic taus. And here, again, there was a lot of work done on the tau identification to improve this analysis with a new neural network technique. And then the effective mass of the system, which is described here, is looked at in all these various signal regions to search for an excess. And since no excess is seen, the cross-section limits, branching ratio limits as a function of the mass of the leptoquarks are set. And here we see an improvement of factor 10 in sensitivity. That's about 500 GeV in the mass of the leptoquark with respect to the Atlas analysis at 36 inverse femtobarn, which was a reinterpretation of the analysis. So we really, doing a dedicated analysis is really worth it. And the other search looks for leptoquarks that decays to top lepton, targeting the hadronic decay channel, so in the boosted regime of the top. So the signal region here, you would have 2 leptons, then 2 larger jets and 2 smaller jets, and the signal region is optimized with the BDT. And this is, there is a lot of emphasis now on this cross-generational leptoquark because of these lepton B anomalies. And here you can see, for example, the number of events for different regions. So you have control regions, for example, to constrain the TT bar and the Z plus jet. And then you have a signal region, which are defined by these BDT. And since no excess is seen, you can set basically anything below 1.48 TeV of leptoquark mass is excluded. CMS has also a new result for searching for singly and pair production of third generation leptoquarks. So here the final state considered are this. So you can have the leptoquarks that decays to top neutrino and tau. So leading, depending if you're looking for pair production or single production, to top neutrino tau B final state or top neutrino tau final state. So you have a high PT miss in the event, high HT, one hadronic top candidate and one hadronic tau. And you can look at this scalar, the transverse, so this is basically the sum of all the objects in the events. And since depending on the mass of the leptoquark, the top can either be resolved or merged. And so here you have the 2 basically signal regions. And here the limits are extracted. So this here is shown, for example, a 2D limit showing the coupling versus the mass of the leptoquark. And the gray band shows the region which is actually preferred by the B anomalies. The lines show the limits for the pair production and the single production, and anything on the left basic is excluded. So you can see what is left for this preferred B anomalies region. You can also look for vector-like quarks, which are predicted in many theories to solve the hierarchy program. And the CMS has a new results which targets the BB production in the fully hadronic decays. So here you see that basically you have a 6-jet final state. So the challenge is really the combinatory. So how you assign each jet to either the Higgs or the Z. And the background estimation, since the dominant background is QCD, and it's completely data-driven. So the CMS looks at the mass of the vector-like quark as a final discriminant in different jet categories. So for example, this is the 4 jet. And here you see that basically the data is very compatible with the standard model background, and so limits are set. And for example, here are shown the 2D limits for the branching ratio of the B that decays to BZ and to BH. And if the VLQ decays exclusively to a B quark or a Higgs, you can set limit, for example, at 1.5 TeV for the mass of that vector-like quark. And if it decays exclusively to a Z and a B, then you can set limit at about 1.39. So this actually has the strongest CMS sensitivity to date for this BB production, and it's about 300 to 500 more to 500 GeV more powerful than what was found in 36 inverse femtobarn. You can also look for lepton flavor violation. So lepton flavor is an accidental symmetry in the standard model. We know that from neutrinos that this occurs in nature, but the question is, what about charged leptons? So Atlas has looked at the events looking for lepton flavor violation in lepton tau add events. And the analysis basically uses a neural network to distinguish between the signal, which is shown here in red, and the different backgrounds. The dominant are, of course, the Z-tier tau-tau production and the jet to tau fakes. And they fit this neural network distribution in the signal region, try to constrain the signal, but also use control regions to constrain the Z plus jet background, but also the tau uncertainty. And they're able to set the current most stringent upper limits on the branching ratio of the Z that decays to lepton tau, which are shown here. And the previous limits were actually by lept. And all this thanks to the improved tau ID, which is used in this analysis, but of course also the luminosity. And this analysis is primarily limited by statistics, so it will be definitely interesting to redo in runtime. So moving on to another question that we keep asking ourselves, what is dark matter? So, I mean, if dark matter exists and if it couples the way that we think to the standard model, it will be we will have pair production at the LHC. So the DM candidates escape detector, they are weakly interacting, and large missing energy distribution is really the key variable to disentangle the signal from the background. So here we look at different models. I cannot go into details, but for example, we look at simplified S-channel model where the mediator couples to the standard model and the dark stacked particle. And you have the couplings that are also very important because they define like to which region we are sensitive. And then you can have more complete models. For example, this Twigs doublet model that you also have a charged heavy Higgs, and then you have an additional pseudoscalar mediator that basically to the dark matter A that can decay to the dark matter particles. So the first result that I wanted to highlight here is this monojet result from Atlas. This is of course the most sensitive mono X channels for ISR processes. And you basically look for an excess in the missing ET distribution that is shown here on the bottom. So here the dominant backgrounds are given by the Z plus jets that is in red and W plus jet basically, and these are constrained in contour region which are designed, for example, like the requiring 1 lepton or 2 lepton. And this analysis has really become a precision analysis. So we were able to reduce the V-jet theory uncertainty by a factor of 2, including correction to W plus jet and Z plus jet, and next to leading order in QCD and next to leading order in electroweak. So given that you can see here the data agrees very well with the background, the limits are set, and this is just an example of one of the many models that are used as benchmark models in this analysis. So these are the limits for the axial vector mediator.
5 minutes left.
Yes, and you can see basically how we are improving with respect to the 36 inverse femtobarn results. And I really wanted to show this amazing event display that shows here a single jet in the event of 2 TV that's recoiling against the missing LT. CMS is also an analysis that looks, new analysis that looks for DM particles with a Z boson. Here you use the dilepton trigger to go down in mediator masses and require IE missing ET. So depending on the signal where you're looking at, either if you're looking at these simplified models or you're looking for targeting this 2HDMA model, you can fit either the missing ET or the transverse mass, which is shown here. And the limits are set like in this vector mediated model, which is shown here, or in these 2HDM models where you can see the limits of the MA versus the mass of the pseudoscalar here. Basically anything inside this line is excluded. So targeting also always a more complicated models like this 2HDM plus A, you can look for dark matter plus a single top production. So here you can have S-channel diagrams and T-channel diagrams, and you can have different final state. So I cannot go into details of this analysis, but basically they have like different signal region, which are shown here, the number of events in data compared to the expectation for the background. And there is just a very small excess here in one of the signal region, which is less than 2 sigma. So limits are set. 2D, for example, here shown for the mass of the charged Higgs versus the mass of the pseudoscalar. And basically, again, here, anything here that's shown here is excluded. You can also look, for example, for dark photons that are part of this new dark sector, and they mix with the standard photon and use coupling to the fermions. So this analysis, the new analysis from CMS looks for 2 forward high PT jets, large PT miss in the event, and an isolated photon. And you can fit the transverse velocity distribution, which is just the sum of the PT miss and the photon, looking basically for this new particle. And in absence of an excess, you can set limit both for an Higgs of 125, where the branching ratio of Higgs to invisible plus a photon is 2.9% when combining with a previous CMS Z search, or you can actually scan the mass of the Higgs and set limit on the cross sections. So LHCb also looks at a new analysis for low mass dimuon resonances. This was originally motivated by a dark photon, as is shown in the diagram here, but this is a very model independent search. So LHCb is really is a dedicated favorable experiment which has excellent mu reconstruction efficiency and excellent mass resolution. It can really go down in low PT triggers. So it is really complementary to Atlas and CMS searches. So they do both prompt and displaced dimuon searches. So this is the dimuon spectrum for just the prompt-like search, shown in black for just the dimuon candidates and in red for dimuon plus p-jets. And since no excess is seen, they can set limits for various models. So for example, here are shown the 90% confidence limit for the mixing angles between the X and the Higgs for the 2HDM model scenario, where you can see that the low mass, the LHCb has the world best upper limits because they can really go down in the trigger. And you can also set limits, for example, for displaced particles. And they choose this hidden valence scenario, where you can set upper limits on the photon and the HV kinetic missing. And
1 minute.
Yeah. So, and then last, we can also look for unconventional signature. These are long-lived and unconventional particles with striking signature are predicted by many extensions of the standard model. They are challenging from the experimental point of view because they require no standard reconstruction. They require dedicated trigger because often you have displaced events, and also no standard background. That is a challenge because of course you have detector noise, cosmic rays, and this is usually estimated from data. And here CMS has two new results, one looking for displaced jets, so a pair of jets that originates from a secondary vertex. A different signal model are targeted here. In here, for example, is shown an exotic cis decays that decays to two scalars that basically are long-lived. So that so that's how you look basically for this pair of jets. So this analysis adds the dedicated displaced trigger, dedicated secondary vertex reconstruction, and then uses ability to actually disentangle this signal from the background, which is dominated by QCD. And is able actually to set limits on the branching ratio of these Higgs that decays to two scalars of 1% for decay length that go from 1 millimeter to 1 meter. And yeah, this is the last thing. So then we have the dark matter that searched in form of the strongly interacting massive particle that manifests as a pair of jets without tracks. This is actually the first analysis of this kind that is done at LHC. Atlas did a sort of similar result, but looking for a different model. And this analysis sets the first limits on this potential new signature, excluding these masses up to 900 GeV. So in conclusion, the searching for exotics, as you can see, is really a broad program, both in terms of question asked and of final state. And in many places, we were able to increase the sensitivity beyond the expectation. And just the luminosity increase thanks to new analysis techniques, object performance studies, and also conventional signature studies. We really try to broaden the scope by minimizing the direct theory biases and by adding additional interpretation. So there are many new for run 2 results still to come. Many of the details were covered in the parallel talks. And of course, we are also preparing for run 3. So I just wanted to say thanks for listening, and also thanks to everybody that provided material for this talk. This was really most of these studies were done in unprecedented times. So thanks to everybody.
So thank you very much, Viviana. And it's great that you were able to connect in spite of the difficulties. I can see now one hand up. Okay. So Sergey. Sergey, you want to ask a question? Please go ahead. Unmute yourself. You are permitted to talk.
Okay, I don't know if it's my connection, but I cannot hear anything.
Benny, can you?
Yes. Could you go back to number 6?
Number 6. Yes.
What's going on in the upper right corner? It looks like you've got 3 points well above the background calculated by known effects.
Well, okay, so yes, but this is, as you can see from the plot on the bottom, this is not, the significance of this is not more than 1 sigma. Also, this is only one of the region that is included in the analysis. This is the one which is double tagged, and there is also a region which is single tagged, which does not show this. So I would say that though it looks like, you know, something, it's definitely not significant.
I see.
Okay, Sergey, can you ask the question? Your hand is still up, but I don't see any other hands. Maybe I will ask a very quick question. I mean, you discussed these dark matter searches with mono Zs or mono tops. Are there any analysis with monophotons?
Yes, yes. Oh, there is actually a result from Atlas using monophoton that I did not really have time to describe. So yes, there are, and I can point you to it.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's thank Viviana again. And the last speaker of this session is Alfonso Zerwekh. I don't know whether I pronounced correctly, from University of Valparaiso. And he will talk about the beyond the standard model theory. So the screen is yours. Please share your screen.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it. Yeah, perfect. 20 minutes, 5 minutes for questions.
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity of giving this talk. Today I'm going to talk about the perspective of beyond standard model. Indeed, I'm going to present a very personal perspective on beyond standard model. And I'm going to talk about a postmodern view of beyond standard model. I'm going to talk a little bit about the status of the big models and the hint we have of new physics, the role of the Higgs boson in the standard model and maybe as a mediator to a new sector. And I'm going to state my conclusions. So, previous to the LHC, particle physics was dominated by what I call the big models. What are the big models? Mainly 3, supersymmetry, technicolor and compositeness, and extra dimensions. And all these models were motivated initially or partially by the naturalness problem. And all of them predicted big signals. Indeed, I old enough to recall that in the 90s and the first years of this century, we were proud to predict big signals which could be easily discovered at the LHC. But in the 90s, LEP stated a warning. LEP result show that the scale of new physics is in general beyond 5 TeV. So it's not exactly around the corner. And this is known as the LEP paradox. the LEP give evidence of a light Higgs, but a high scale for new physics. So LHC discovered the Higgs, but there is no signal yet confirming the existence of something beyond the standard model. So this is consistent with the LEP results. But one question arises: what about naturalness, and what about the big models? Well, this picture shows the number of papers on different subjects published in a large range of years. And here you can see something interesting. There was a change in the behavior of the community with respect to supersymmetry. There is some decrease in the number of papers on supersymmetry over the years. Is much more pronounced about extra dimension. And this is in part due to the lack of evidence of new physics related to the naturalness problem. So what is the status of the big models now? Well, supersymmetry is still a well-motivated and attractive theory. It can tackle all the big problems of the standard model and also motivate unification. It paved the way to higher energy using perturbative physics, which is very important for theory. SUSY shows a very definite path from the TV scale to a string theory. So SUSY gives a very consistent big picture of theoretical particle physics. Well, the problem is that we don't have signals of supersymmetric particle. Well, we can tell the old joke that we have already discovered half of the spectrum, but not the correct one, I mean. And we probably the minimal version of SUSY is not the answer to our questions. And we need to go beyond the MSSM. Another important actor is Technicolor. And I have news, Technicolor is alive. Modern versions of working Technicolor, I mean, theories of Technicolor where the coupling constant change very slowly over a big range of energy scales. So the coupling constant walks and doesn't run. In modern version of working Technicolor produce a light Higgs-like scalar. So they're compatible with the present status of particle physics. And more specific models like holographic Technicolor predict that the vector and an axial resonance, generally predicted by Technicolor, can have masses beyond 3 TeV, 3, 4 TeV, even 5 TeV. And Technicolor predicts very interesting signals. A very important channel, for instance, is the associated production of a Higgs boson and a vector boson. And some models, for instance, holographic Technicolor predict that the LHC can exclude this vector and axial resonance for masses up to 3 TeV. But life is not easy in Technicolor sector because Technicolor is not enough for explaining the whole phenomenology of particle physics. It is necessary to communicate the electroweak symmetry break into fermion, and for that we need to extend Technicolor. Technicolor is very useful to break the electroweak symmetry, but not to produce mass to the fermions. So we need extended Technicolor. And there is some theoretical evidence that it is necessary to solve together extended Technicolor, Technicolor, and QCD to have reliable predictions about the masses of the different particles present in Technicolor models. So it's very difficult task from the theoretical point of view, and lattice can be very helpful in this context. From the phenomenological point of view, it is useful to work with effective theory. So, and the name of the game here is guess the spectrum and construct the effective Lagrangian. It is somewhat tricky to guess what the lower energy spectrum of Technicolor theories. And we can construct different kind of effective Lagrangians. The simplest one is to consider only the standard model plus a vector triplet. In general, in Technicolor models, we expect that the vector resonance and the axial vector resonance are the lightest one in the spectrum. Or you can be more close to Technicolor itself and play with the Higgs, a vector and an axial vector resonance. And you can construct more complete effective theory like the linear best model. The best model was initially a Higgs-less effective theory, but in the late 90s was construct a linear version which can accommodate the Higgs, a light Higgs, two heavier scalars, and two triplets of new vectors. Another possibility in the compositeness, another reincarnation of compositeness is to think that the Higgs boson is a Nambu-Goldstone boson, a pseudo-Nambu-Goldstone boson. This is the so-called composite Higgs model. And this kind of model naturally predicts a little desert and have a natural scale of about 10 TeV. So it's in agreement with the LEP expectation and the current result from LHC. Although in general, they predict vector light top partners with masses around 1 TeV. Or heavier than 1 TeV, but not much heavier. If the top partners are much heavier than 1 TeV, then we have problem of fine-tuning in this kind of model. And now the limits, the mass limits for the top partners are around 1.5 TeV. So there is some tensions, I think, in this sector of the composite Higgs models. And although in this model, the resonances can be very heavier due to the high scale of the model, the high cutoff of the model, it's possible to test the model indirectly because the massive state induce electric dipole moment, and the measurement of the electric dipole moment can constrain the space parameter of the model. Another important kind of model is large extra dimension. We know that the experiment result show that the scale of the extra dimension is beyond 6 TeV, probably 9 or 10 TeV now. And for Randall syndrome, it's about 5 TeV. An interesting possibility is that is considered extra dimension where gravity in the bulk is not general relativity, but some extension of general relativity. For instance, a very interesting possibility is to consider the existence of torsion in 5 dimensions. I mean that the space-time accept not only curvature, but also can be twist. In general, torsion is not a propagating the
We've lost your voice, Alfonso. Do you hear us, Alfonso? I think we've lost the connection.
You may try to reconnect, Jan, hopefully.
Yeah, so let's wait a few.
Yeah, let's wait, please.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you send a message to him? I don't have his email address.
Alfonso is reconnected. I can see him now.
Ah.
Alfonso, we cannot hear you. You should unmute yourself. Yes.
Okay.
Good, good. Thank you.
And share the screen.
I'm so sorry. I lost my internet connection here. Something happened with my internet connection. But
please share your screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes left, essentially.
Sorry?
You have 5 minutes left.
Okay.
+2 for the connection, reconnecting.
Okay, I was saying that a very interesting possibility is to have torsion in 5 dimensions, but it can be constrained, and the constraints are very strong with a scale beyond 30 TeV. Well, We have a lot of hints for new physics right now. For instance, the G-2 measurement, we have the long stating a result for the G-2 of the muon, but recently also we have some anomaly in the G-2 of the electron, and there are many effective models that have been constructed to try to explain this effect. Another hint we have is the probably violation of lepton universality, which may indicate the presence of leptoquarks. Some precision tests may indicate the presence of new quarks, probably related to the bottom quark. The role of the Higgs. Well, a big question is if we have to detect the standard Higgs. And the experimental results, the experimental measurement show that the Higgs looks very, 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 very standard. Indeed, the recent measurement of the decay of the Higgs into muons really show that we have a very standard Higgs. However, we do expect new physics related to the electroweak symmetry breaking sector. Why? Because we don't understand many properties of the Higgs. For instance, why the Higgs is light. But we also don't understand what triggers the electroweak symmetry breaking in the standard model. We don't know why mu square is negative. We don't know also the origin of the Higgs potential and what's the origin of the Yukawa couplings. Indeed, probably all the standard model problems are related to the fact that the potential and the Yukawas do not come from a gauge symmetry principle. This is the origin of all the problems of the standard model. So, and on the other hand, it's very easy to couple the Higgs doublet to new scalars and new vectors. So it is easy to expect that the Higgs can couple to new sectors. And then we have the problem of vacuum stability. With the measured mass of the top and the Higgs, we can conclude that if there is the standard model and nothing else, then the universe lives in a metastable vacuum, and this is uncomfortable. Further thoughts? Well, there are many other sources of beyond the standard model fixes. I mean, many other motivations. For instance, the baryon asymmetry, of course, dark matter and neutrino physics, which have dedicated sessions. So I'm not going to talk about them. But also, there is a good motivation for the presence of Lorentz violation. It is expected that quantum gravity violates Lorentz symmetry. So it is possible that some manifestation of the Lorentz symmetry violation could be measured at low energies. We have,
up.
Sorry?
Time is up. So
okay.
Conclude.
Okay, I'm concluding. We have not discovered new physics yet, but it should have been expected if we had listened to Lep. Lep showed that the physics beyond standard model was not around the corner. there are good reasons to expect new physics, indeed, in sector other than neutrinos and dark matter. Probably the new physics will not be related to the naturalness problem. We don't know if the naturalness problem is really a problem. There is a lot of ideas that can explain current anomalies and are not related to the big narratives of the big models and are worth to be explored. And I want to talk very briefly about a little story of caution. In the 15th century, when the European explorers start to explore the world, educated Europeans were concerned about the antipodes, people who lived south from the equatorial line, because they would fall from the world. And they imagined that the antipodes were monsters. Well, I'm an antipode to many of you, and I assure you, I'm not a monster. Of course, the explorer, when they crossed the equator, they found exotic fauna, exotic animals, but not monsters. And the reason from the initial expectation of the European explorer was a lack of understanding of gravity. Maybe the TEV scale is our equator line today, and we will not find monsters crossing the TEV scale. For sure, we'll find new things and phenomena, but not monsters. It's even possible that a better understanding of gravity can explain the stability of the TEV scale. And I want to finish with a verse from Antonio Machado, a Spanish poet, who said, "Caminante no hay camino, se hace camino al andar." Walker, there is no way. You make your way by walking. And we are making the ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this nice, beautiful talk. Now we have time for questions, so please raise your hand if you want to ask a question. We are a little bit out of, behind the schedule, but still we have time for one more quick question. I don't see any, so maybe I will ask, I mean, if you had, what would be your best bet for beyond the standard model physics after reviewing all possible possibilities?
Well, of course, SUSY is a big candidate. But I also, my personal preference is composite Higgs. I think it's the fact that the model predicts or incorporate a very high cutoff is very compatible with the current situation. And I think that fundamental scalars are really problematic. I prefer that the Higgs is as a composite particle.
Okay, there is a question from Elizabeth. Is it a lack of understanding of gravity or of mass?
Or mass?
Yeah.
Well, I think that gravity maybe has something to say. One of the problems of, it's not a problem, but one of the characteristics of the standard model is that it doesn't incorporate gravity. And gravity can start to play some role at some scale. And maybe ideas like asymptotic freedom or the weakest gravity as the weakest interaction conjecture can put constraint on the low energy theories and can be act as a principle to construction of beyond the standard models extension.
Jan, you are muted.
So I wanted to thank Alfonso and all the speakers of our session, and also want you to remind you about the discussion session, which will start in half an hour, and the link is on the agenda of the conference. So thanks again, and see you or listen to you in half an hour. Okay, thank you.